Hey, Jack, thanks for joining. Just a heads up, due to the technical difficulties, we are currently live streaming on YouTube right now. But if you want to test your audio, that would be great.
Yeah, definitely. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can. Thank you. And did you grab
Perfect.
your PowerPoint off of the W drive?
I'll pull it right now.
Okay.
Is it possible for me to test drive real quick? Let's just you and me, or
Unfortunately, since I'm screen sharing the meeting information for how to watch it, since
Sure.
our channel 16 is down, I can't break that screen share.
Gotcha.
But I think if you have it up and the screen share button, I think you're pretty used to that. So it should roll.
Yeah. I just didn't know if there's any different technical things for city council. So
Yep.
so
No.
I'm assuming it's just the same. Cool.
Yep, just the same. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And then we will roll with it when we're ready.
Good deal. We'll see
Thank you.
Mhm.
Hi, Carla. Thanks for joining the meeting. I'm going to send you a request to become a panelist if you can accept that. Thanks for joining, Carla. Do you want to check your audio really quick? Hey, Alex, thanks for joining in. Can you accept that request to unmute for me?
Yes, hi.
Hey, Alex, thanks. Are you here for public participation? Or are you here as a presenter?
I was here to join as one of the presenters, yes.
Okay, and for what item?
Schlosser signs.
Perfect. Give me 1 second. I'm going to send you over an invitation to become a panelist.
Okay.
Thanks, Alex. If you want to test your audio as a panelist, you're welcome to do so. Otherwise, it looks like you're in the meeting well. So when your item is called, you can begin your video if you'd like.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Hi, Carla. Yes, now I can hear you. Can you hear me okay?
I can, yep.
Perfect. We should be good to go then.
So do we just or mute ourselves and just wait till we're up next, or?
Yes, I believe your item is the second on the agenda. So if you just want to mute and then turn off your video, and then once your item is called, you're welcome to start your video. I do ask that you remain muted unless you're speaking, just to prevent background noise. But
Okay.
until that time, you're welcome to turn your video off and mute yourself.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And then Sarah Pryor, if you can accept that request to unmute.
Does it say Sarah? Oh gosh,
Oosh,
I'm so sorry.
No worries. Is Jordan?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
She must have used my laptop recently.
For sure. Give me 1 second here. I'm going to send you a request to become a panelist, and then we
Okay.
can get you renamed here.
Thank you. All right.
Okay, perfect. And Jordan, can you still hear me?
Yep. I'm going to
Beautiful.
edit profile picture and rename.
So I'm not able to mute myself. I was able to get my video off, but it's not letting me mute.
Okay. It's interesting. I'm gonna mute you, and then during your item, or go ahead and just keep an eye on your mute and unmute button. And if we're having issues, we can just leave you unmuted.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Perfect. And then Jordan, I do have your or Chair Pryor, I do have your PowerPoint ready to screen share when your item is called. So you might just have
Okay.
to let me know, next slide as we flip through it, if that works.
Yeah, that does. Would I be able to just share my own screen because I have it pulled up as well?
You're welcome to. We did do a few edits just for consistency's sake. So if you're okay, I might email you what we edited. And then just because it has, Loveland instead of city council and that type of thing, just for consistency.
Okay.
So I'll go ahead and email that over and then we can screen share, or you can screen share. Perfect. And then I do want to let everyone new on the line know that due to the technology difficulties, in an effort to get all of the Zoom information out, we are currently live streaming on YouTube.
Yes.
So I'm going to just have everyone remain muted. Thank you. Hey, Counselor Foley, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. And you can hear me okay?
I can so far.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. You're welcome to mute and turn your screen off if you'd like until the meeting starts. Just wanted to let you know that because of the technical difficulties, we are currently live streaming on YouTube.
Thank you.
Hi, Counselor Olson. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you better now that I've turned up my speaker.
Yes, that always helps for sure. Perfect. And I can hear you great, so we should be good.
Okay.
You're welcome to turn your video off and mute until the meeting starts. And then just a reminder that because of the technical difficulties, we are live streaming on YouTube right now.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Rod. Can you hear me okay?
I can, Hannah. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Hannah, just testing sound.
Thank you. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Hi, Julia. Thanks for joining. Can you hear me okay?
I can. Can you hear me?
Perfect. Yes, ma'am, I can. We should be good. Just to let you know, we are broadcasting on YouTube right now because of the technical difficulties, so we can't do a practice PowerPoint run. But I did want to double check that you grabbed it off the W drive.
I will do that. I was going to ask you that if I was grabbing it and I was leading the PowerPoint, right? So I advanced the slides.
Yes, you will.
Okay,
So
perfect.
you're up to do the screen share.
Okay, no problem. I can do the screen share.
Okay.
Right now I don't see my video but I don't have my video shut off. Do I need to be stopping my video or are you controlling that?
You would control it. I can see and hear you.
Okay, Let me see. Oh, there we go. All right. I will do that. I will
Okay.
shut my video off and my microphone for now. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Hi, Counselor Malo. How are you? Hello, everyone. Hi, Mr. Jackson. Can you hear me okay? Counselor Malo, Mr. Jackson, can you hear me all right? Dylan, can you hear me? Okay. Hi, Amy, I see you joined. Do you want to test your audio really quick?
Anna, this is Jackie, and I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Mayor Marsh.
And Julia, can you hear me? This is
Hi.
Amy.
Yes, Amy, thank you. Counselor Malo, just testing your audio. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you fine.
Oh, perfect. Thank you so much.
Hannah, I just switched to a headset. Can you hear me okay?
Hi, Counselor Foley. Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Counselor Mcfaul. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can hear you.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You bet. Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir, I can. And then just to all the new attendees, due to the technical difficulties, we are currently broadcasting on YouTube. And the mayor will begin the meeting at 6.
For our new counselors, you know how we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. You may want to turn your camera off when we stand so that the public isn't looking at your belly button.
Hey, I'm smart enough to tilt my my thing while I stand.
All right, Mcfaul, you get an A. How funny we are.
It's that multitasking skill.
Yes,
Exactly.
very good.
But watch, I'll screw it up, so I'll definitely turn my camera off.
I think I have one user with just the name Council. I'm going to ask you to unmute and just let me know who you are so I can rename yourself, please. And you should see that link pop up on your screen asking to unmute. Hi, Kelly. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. Thanks.
Perfect, thank you. Hi, Mr. Adams. Can you hear me okay?
Hi, Hannah. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Thank you. I can hear you great.
Perfect. Thank you. Hey, Counselor Ball, I'm going to send you a request to be a panelist. So it'll be a pop-up screen in your window. Just hit accept. You can tell the worker guys. Counselor Ball, so you should have seen that. And then switch some of these commissioners here over. Give me one moment. And then Counselor Ball, if you can hear me, perfect, I can see you. If you're able to hear me, we should be good. If you want to give me a thumbs up or you can unmute. Perfect, thank you, sir. And then Natalie and Sarah, I believe if you would like to speak to the item with Chair Pryor, or send you a request to become a panelist. If you give me just one moment here. And Sarah, can you just let me know your last name? I sent you a request to unmute. If you can just unmute and let me know your last name. Hey, Counselor Overcash, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can, Hannah. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you so much. Hi, Moses. Can you hear me okay?
I can, thank you.
And Chair Pryor, as you go through your presentation or before you begin, are just asked that if you have any of your commissioners who are on the attendees side, if you need me to switch them over, please just let me know. And it's a little bit difficult with the just first names. So if they're texting you and letting you know that they need to be switched over, please just let me know.
Will do. Thank you. And if you need it, Sarah's last name is Mayer, which should be, I want to double check, Mayer.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. If I see her pop back in, I just need to confirm that name with her before we switch her over to panelist.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilor Sampson, I think you just switched over. Are you able to hear me okay?
I am. Yes, thank you. Just turning on my camera.
Perfect. Thank you. Mayor Marsh, I believe you have most of your counselors. I haven't seen Councilor Fogel just yet.
Okay.
And you do have your city manager and your city attorney and city clerk as well.
Okay, so are we ready to go is what you're saying?
I think we are 1 minute out to 6, but I don't see any more people popping in.
Okay, but you are, so there's nothing for you to read into record on this one since there's no public comment.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'll wait until my phone turns to 6 then. And just a reminder to anybody, you know, when we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, you may want to turn off your cameras so that it's not pointing where you don't want it to point. Of course, Councilor Mcfaul is going to tilt his up as he stands. All
Leave
right.
it to those Marines.
All right, I've got.
It's a thing to him. He said he was going to tilt his thing up with the Marine thing.
His camera. Let's be clear on what we're tilting. All right. All right. Good evening. We are convened as the Loveland City Council study session. We start our meetings off with the Pledge of Allegiance. I'll ask people to stand, but you may want to turn your video off when standing. I pledge allegiance,
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ooh.
All right, turn your cameras back on. Okay, roll call, please, Delynn.
Mayor Marsh, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, excellent. Marsh,
Here.
Overcash,
Here.
Mcfaul,
Here.
Ball, Ball, Foley,
Here.
Sampson,
Here.
Fogel, Malo,
Present.
Olson.
Present.
Madam Mayor, there are 8 members present.
All right, thank you. As this is a study session, there is no public comment. The first item on our agenda tonight is item 2.1 from the City Manager's Office, the Ad Hoc Community Trust Commission quarterly update. And Jordan Pryor, the chair of that committee, is going to lead us off.
Excellent. Thank you. Everyone can see me, right?
Yep, we see you.
Perfect. And I would presume you can hear me as well. That probably should have been my first question. So hello, everyone. For those who might be watching and may not know who I am, I know that council probably does, but my name is Jordan Pryor. I am the chairman of the Community Trust Commission here in Loveland. To be respectful of everyone's time, I'm just going to go ahead and dive straight into our presentation. So let me share screen real quick.
Do you want us to hold our questions to the end of your presentation?
Yes, I was just going to ask everyone to do so. Everyone can see my screen, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
perfect. Okay, perfect. Okay, so again, we are the Community Trust Commission. We were brought together to fix issues of trust within the community of Loveland, and to kind of give you guys a bit of a brief overview, or I guess a reminder as to what we did in our first quarterly update. We discussed our 8 pillars of trust, which were caring with intent, contractual trust, open and transparent communication, honesty, dependability, consistency, competency, and timeliness. Timeliness was actually updated. It was originally time, but we wanted to be a little bit more specific with that. On top of that, we do have some completed activities that we had told you guys about. At that point, we had already had an interview with Chief Ticer. We gave you guys an update kind of as to how we, as a group, decided on our rules, how our our hierarchy was going to work and things like that, and kind of the struggles that even we as a group had as far as just being such a big group and figuring out times that worked for everyone and all of that. In our last presentation, we did talk about upcoming presentations, and there was some good feedback that we got from you guys as far as getting more community engagement and things of that nature. We updated you guys on our request for information, both the completed and pending, and we did have 2 recommendations for you guys, which sorry, I have a ton of notes on my desk. Our previous recommendations was number 1, that citizens get to partake in the LPD implementation groups, which I think that they were already planning on doing that, but they are currently doing so, which is nice to see, as well as a recommendation to award Ray Mendoza, who was the citizen that was a bit of a bystander, but also trying to help as best as he could during the Karen Garner situation. And we did want to just clear up real quick kind of what our intentions were with that award and what more so it looked like. So this is a type up actually from Commissioner Hildebrand that I'm going to read off real quick just to kind of give you guys a better idea as to why we think it's important. So she wrote, I would like to clarify my request to the commission regarding the recommendation for formal recognition of Ray Mendoza by the city of Loveland and the Loveland Police Department due to his actions on the day of the arrest of Karen Garner. Mr. Mendoza was the only person to do the right thing in this abhorrent incident, and the way in which he handled himself was exemplary. Mr. Mendoza had clearly witnessed the incident from beginning to end. He waited patiently until the officers had Miss Garner in their vehicle and until Officer Hopp approached him. He calmly verbalized his complaint to the officer. He continued to stand up for the victim in a respectful manner after being lied to, threatened, and demeaned by 2 police officers. I was impressed by his demeanor and his courage to stand up for a stranger who is being mistreated by powerful authority figures within our community. I am grateful to know that there are citizens in our community who are willing to stand up and do the right thing. I brought this idea forward because I believe in this practical, concrete way to begin the process of building a bridge of trust between the community, the city, and LPD. I never once considered this recommendation due to the color of Mr. Mendoza's skin. I considered it due to the admiration I felt while watching the interactions he had with the officer via body cams. Community members should be recognized for excellent citizenship, and I believe we would all be hard-pressed to outdo Mr. Mendoza's behavior on June 26, 2020. This is why I believe Mr. Mendoza should be formally recognized and thanked by the city, former LPD Chief Ticer, and the community at large. However, as the City Council is anxious to start addressing recommendations from the Jensen Hughes report, I think a positive response / action to Ray Mendoza's complaint would address a community concern listed on page 16 of their report, which states, BIPOC residents expressed fear of LPD and feared retaliation if they filed a police misconduct complaint. I also agree with Commissioner Walsh's suggestion for the city to make a practice of recognizing outstanding citizenship within the community. I believe that such a practice would demonstrate to the community that the city and LPD value individuals and actively pay attention to the positive interactions with our within our community. And that was the write-up from Commissioner Hildebrand. So just wanted to touch on that real quick, just to, I know that there was some, I guess, ambiguity around why we felt it was important to recognize Ray Mendoza, and we just wanted to clear that up. So with that, let's dive into the current report. So as you all might remember, we did have a meeting with CIRSA. For those of you who may not know who that is, that might be watching, that is the law enforcement litigation and claims process agency that is hired by the city. We also had an interview with former LPD Chief Bob Tyser. And since the first report, we have had a sit-down discussion with those who are involved in the Blue Team review process, which is a formal paperwork process associated with any incident that involves use of force. And I personally thought that it was a fantastic presentation, really helped me to understand how all of that is supposed to work. And, moving forward, if there are incidents, I do think that that is the first place that people should look. We discussed community outreach, options to be able to increase our visibility and engagement with the community per the recommendations that council gave to us, and we really appreciated that. We had a sit down with the library as well as the city's PIO about public engagement through the Harwood Institute process. And this is directly from the Harwood Institute's website, but they, as an institution, are a long-standing tradition of small catalytic organizations throughout American history that have worked to strengthen and advance our society to create a more helpful future for all. Kind of the way that I internalized it as, think like a small roundtable discussion about social topics. So we did have a discussion with them. We had a presentation from Summit Stone and their co-responder program, which, as many of you know, is they're associated with the LPD and their mental health clinicians who arrived to the scene of mental health crises calls with varying degrees of law enforcement to de-escalate situations, intervene, stabilize, and things of that nature. And then lastly, we did also have a presentation from Thompson Valley EMS's CARES program, which stands for Community Assistance Referral and Education Services. And this was from directly from their presentation. They are a program specifically designed to improve the health and well-being of the residents within the boundaries of the Thompson Valley Health Services District. They provide health education, information on available services, referrals for low-cost medication programs, and alternative resources to the 911 system. All while collaborating with appropriate community resources. So the way that I personally internalized it was an alternative to, your 911 emergency services, and they help with things like individuals who have falls, very sickly individuals. There are times where the police department can request them to evaluate a patient, etc. Moving forward, we as a group are working on a communications plan for that community engagement that you guys had brought up to us. We do think that it is important to hear what the community has to say and to get a better understanding of what other areas of distrust there are in the city. And so, and I'll get into it here in a little bit, but we will be starting a Let's Talk Loveland page to be able to reach out to them and kind of engage the community as a whole. So just to kind of go through the points real quick, we want to be able to put out the work of the Community Trust Commission for people to know who we are, why we're here, and how we're trying to help. any activities that encourage community input, as well as activities that promote educational opportunities. With the amount of presentations that we've had, I don't remember which counselor it was, but someone had mentioned, you have all of this information, what are you going to do with it? And we do have all of this information now that we can educate citizens and hopefully make for a safer community. Real quick before I move forward, though, I do want to talk about just some of the barriers that we're facing, and kind of the reason why we're focusing more on this communications plan. With the ongoing litigation related to Karen Garner, we've kind of reached our limit as far as documents that are available to us, because as you all know, we don't get any type of special provisions. Once it's made public, we can request, but if it's not, we have no access to it. This also includes the internal affairs report, and so currently, our examination of the Karen Garner incident is stalled until some of those things on the legal end are shored up, and it proceeds through the courts, and we're able to access those documents. Now, let's talk Loveland, shall we? So we as a group have decided that in order to boost community engagement as well as increase educational opportunities, we're going to start a Let's Talk Loveland page. To put it in layman's terms, Let's Talk Loveland is kind of similar to that of like a LinkedIn or a Facebook, but it is specifically for Loveland city entities and projects. And so we're going to have our own project page, which is going to include links to all of our past meetings and agendas, as well as, you know, any type of meeting notes, minutes, things like that. There will be notifications for upcoming Trust Commission meetings, a timeline of all of our activities. We plan on doing short bios for all of our commissioners, just so people can put a name with the face as well as who we are, make it a little bit more personal. An interactive Q&A tool, which I'm really excited about. So if people have concerns and they ask questions, we will be able to reach out to them. Some of it will be through Nicole Yost as well, the city's PIO, to be able to answer those questions. And we decided that even maybe some of the harsher or borderline inappropriate comments, we plan on answering all of those as well, because at the end of the day, while it may not be something that we like or that we agree with or something that we want to hear, everyone deserves to be heard. And we will also come together with a community survey, which we in our next meeting plan to put together and put out there. And one second while I grab some water. One of the things that we as a group have kind of kicked around a little bit, but there hasn't been a formal decision on, is we understand that with the community survey, it would be wrong of us just to assume that everyone in the city of Loveland knows about Let's Talk Loveland or is an avid internet user, etc. And so we have talked about potentially standing outside of a King Soopers or a Sprouts or outside of the library to also collect survey information, just so that way we're getting as many voices as we can and as many groups of people as we can. Once we have that data and we feel as though we've gotten sufficient inquiries as far as what people trust and don't trust with the city, we plan to have 2 to 3 subcommittees built off of the highest 2 to 3 results, excluding that of LPD, because obviously we as a group are already examining that. So we will work together as a group, as well as with the city's PIO, to develop the survey and the questions. And we will try to get as many responses as we possibly can, again, just to make sure that the results are as accurate as possible and we know how people really feel about this community. An update to one of our recommendations, the second one. So as I had previously stated, you know, we had the recommendation for Ray Mendoza to be awarded. City Manager Steve Adams will be presenting suggestions to us here soon about a permanent and sustainable award program to commend upstanding citizens such as Ray Mendoza and others who would fall into that category. We wanted something that would be a little bit more long lasting than, say, like a proclamation. something a little bit more personal, something that, you know, is sustainable is the word that we were using a lot in that meeting. And then our other recommendation is that we recommend that the city allocate funding to hire 4 additional co-responders, 2 specialists, and 2 case managers for the LPD co-response program. Because currently, give me just a second, I have it in my notes. There are 4 co-responders in LPD, 3 of them with the Larimer County Sheriff's Office, 1 responder with Estes Park, 1 case manager, and 1 peer specialist. And when we had them in for the presentation, we asked them point blank, money aside, what is the number that you feel would help you be most effective in this community? And so it would be 8 additional employees, but again, be 4 additional co-responders, 2 specialists, 2 case managers. So, you know, short, sweet, to the point. I wanted to be respectful of everyone's time, but any questions that you guys may have, let me know. Hannah, do I need to stop sharing screen? Would that be better?
Thanks, Chair Pryor. You can, unless the counselors have questions regarding your slides.
Okay, I'll exit out of it this way, and then I can, go back and forth between all of these slides.
Jordan, Jackie, Mayor Marshare.
Yes, ma'am.
One suggestion when you're talking about doing surveys would be to attend a lot of the upcoming events, like there's the Kite Festival at the Sports Park on May 21st. Lagoon Series concerts are starting up. Foundry will have a lot of events. You can set up booths and stuff and probably touch a lot of people that way. And I am not seeing any hands, so all right, I see Councilor Olson's hand. Okay, Councilor Olson first.
Gee, I was gonna let ladies go first. Andrea, would you like to go first?
I think you were already called on, but thank you so much, Councilor Olson.
Sure. Ladies first, you know.
I appreciate it.
I have a couple of observations that I'd like to share and some questions. I watched the Trust Commission meeting that was on April 18th.
Yep.
I was kind of interested in the first 20-30 minutes of the meeting in which the Trust Commission discussed that they were stalled out, as they put it. As the meeting went on, I would have to agree with that assessment and say that maybe floundering was another word that might have been fit. It just seemed like there was just not the direction and a plan that the commission was following. So as a person watching one meeting, that's kind of my takeaway from that meeting. There were some comments that were made, and I've heard them from Trust Commission members before, that some members of the commission don't really care what council gives them the way of guidance. They feel that they can pretty much do whatever they want. And I just want to remind the commission members that they do serve at the pleasure of council. Council approved the membership of the commission. It was a little confusing, granted, in the direction that was given, because we were told to keep our fingers out of the pot as the selection process was going on. So probably the best guidance from all our councils wasn't given early on, but it was given at a later meeting. And I'm kind of somewhat distressed to see that we're still focused on Karen Gardner case when we ask that you go out and review other areas of the city. And I'm very pleased to see that you're coming up with a survey. So it looks like you're getting started in that area. I've got a couple of comments on your recommendations. You recommended for 4 additional responders, 2 peer specialists, and 2 case managers. Jordan, was the commission aware that City Council had this same presentation back in July 27th of 21?
Others might have. I personally was not aware of that. I might have accidentally not heard somebody say it. Whenever I'm facilitating meetings, sometimes it's hard for me to grab.
Well, and I'm from the way the meeting went, particularly regarding this particular recommendation, which happened way at the end of the meeting. It seemed like perhaps the commission wasn't, but council gave some pretty specific recommendations to staff. Councilor Overcash, for instance, said that they should bring forward a plan for a phased implementation, a 5-year plan. Kathy Wright said she didn't support the 24-hour coverage, but 18 hours seemed reasonable. I mentioned that there are behavioral health grant dollars that are available, and it seems that there's a need for a case manager and peer review specialist, which at our meeting was not really addressed very much. And then Michael Allen made the comment to Chief Ticer that there's lots of grant dollars available to help support this program. So there may be some opportunities that the city may not have to bear the entire burden of this. But and then Councilor Clark pointed out, as he's very good at doing, that city has limited funds, that this body that presented to us, they should make their recommendations to the city manager, and the city staff would come back with a recommendation to council to weave that, whatever they felt that could be accommodated at the time, into the budget priorities. So the point of all this is that had you known that, I wonder if your recommendation might not have been different. Because council has already addressed what they said, which is pretty consistent with what you're recommending, and council was not supportive of that back in July. But along with that, given as it is, the concerns I have is that you've made a recommendation, but you've not provided any justification for that recommendation. You simply taken what your presenter said, which might be just a little bit biased, and ideally, yeah, that might be what they want, but that does not take into consideration what the ability of the staff is to fund this. I think that your commission went a little bit too far. I think it's fine for the commission to make a recommendation that we support the co-responder program and increase that to the extent possible. But I think the commission really should stop short of making specific recommendations unless you're going to do an analysis to determine what the actual correct number is, and then support that recommendation to council. It's your commission. If you look up the other boards and commissions, your commission just doesn't make recommendation and say, there you are, council, take it and run with it. There needs to be some homework behind that and some legwork behind that to provide the justification to council for adopting your recommendation, and that's not there.
So if I might interject real quick, there actually is justification. I did come with some numbers as well. And of course, this is from their presentation, but it is, the co-responder program associated with LPD. So I would hope that we as a city could trust these numbers. So 51% of all calls were resolved on the scene. Only 6% of those mental health crises calls resulted in jail, individuals being taken to jail, excuse me. And the reason why it seems like such a hefty number is this past year, they received 1,351 mental health calls, which averages out to about 3.7 per day. And so, I mean, as an individual whose wife is not only a PhD student for school psychology and is constantly in the mental health field, I do know that in incidences like these, whenever these individuals have to be called in, it's not something that, it's not like a traffic stop where, as long as everything goes right, a traffic stop is, just a couple of minutes, everybody does their, does the procedures associated with it, and that's it. There's a lot of variation. And that was one of the things that they had mentioned in that presentation, was how, each and every individual situation is vastly different. And it takes a lot of training and it takes a lot of time whenever you're dealing with those individuals, because you want to make sure that things don't escalate.
Justin, could I interrupt you, please?
Sure.
I've heard the presentation. I spent 29 years in healthcare. I understand the numbers. Past performance is an indication of a job well done, but that does not justify future needs.
Okay, well, it's just a recommendation, sir. Thank you.
I understand, but what I'm saying is there's no supporting data for the recommendation. And if you go to your minutes or you go to the meeting and you look at it, this was kind of almost an afterthought discussion. It occurred at the tail end of the meeting. One person brought it up, which it's a great idea to make a recommendation such as that. But again, without supporting data, I think your recommendation is weak. Okay. And again, it's unfortunate that someone did not inform the commission that council has weighed in on this subject already and given some pretty specific guidance to city staff, because it might have changed your recommendations. And so much for that. As far as regarding this, the commission really doesn't have the expertise to know whether those numbers are correct. And that's one of my points. Secondly, the commission doesn't really take into consideration with this recommendation the budget priorities and the budget limitations. And that's why I say recommending specific numbers is, I think, going a little bit too far. I think it's perfectly reasonable for the commission to make a recommendation that the city look at expanding the program within the budget limitations. Then as far as the accommodation for Ray Mendoza, again, there's homework that needs to be done. There's work that needs to be done. And I appreciate the letter that you read, because I did not hear that read at the meeting on the 18th. I had not seen that letter, but basically you just don't make the recommendation and leave it up to council or the city to figure out, well, what is it that you want out of this recommendation? So that letter would be helpful, but you should have provided a draft suggested proclamation or award narrative. And again, a justification of why this person should be singled out for recognition. So those are my observations from watching your meeting and the recommendations that's occurred. I hope we'll see a little different product coming down. So thank you. And you got a tough job. Herding cats is tough. I think, keeping people focused is a difficult job, particularly when you have a commission the size that you have. So I recognize that. And I recognize the interest and the expertise of the members that are on that commission. And I don't in any way want to demean them. I want to provide some constructive recommendations so that future recommendations that come forward would have the supporting documents so those recommendations could be adopted. So that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Olson.
All right, Councilor Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Jordan, for chairing this commission, for bringing it before us. I know the last time that you were up here, you took, maybe a beating isn't fair, but people were very, I think, harsh, stern, maybe is more of an appropriate word, with the things that were said toward you and really toward the commission, which I found to be personally sort of shocking, given that, we created this commission. And, just for some history for people who maybe are just, tuning in and listening to this for the first time, if I recall correctly, the Karen Gardner situation was really the catalyst. Her arrest was the catalyst for this creation, and Councilor Overcash brought this forward as an idea for a way that we could deal with some crisis that our city was going through, that there was a trust crisis in the city of Loveland, that council was to remain hands off, because it was, I think, unspoken, but everyone understood that council had something to do with the, mistrust and distrust within the city. And so, that being said, I have not combed through your meetings. I have entrusted Mayor Pro Tem Overcash and Mayor Marsh to select these individuals on your commission. Per our process, we just designated as a city council. I have entrusted City Manager Adams and City Attorney Garcia to oversee and provide information as you needed it, as you approach certain topics, such as our co-responders. I also know that, having discussed the co-responder program quite a bit with residents in Loveland prior to that study session that we had about the co-responders, that is a topic that is of huge importance to many, many people in our city. And so to me, I think you're spot on with talking about that. Is there a hope that you guys would be, as a commission, that you would be even kind of further down the, distrust rabbit hole? Of course, but you have how many people again? 16 people on the commission?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, which was a concern of mine, and I've said this in the last meeting, but as you know, I was not initially a supporter. I think a 16-person commission, begs for difficulty in decision-making and really making any kind of progress. The fact that you guys have made the kind of progress that you have with 16 people, it's very impressive, I think. But this process that you've been going through has really, I think, from what I've heard from different residents across the city, addressed a lot of the concerns that have been shared over the past year. So I really want to commend you for that. I want to thank you for that, for the work that you've done. And I know that it's, you probably go home after those meetings, Jordan, and you say, you know what, I wish we would have got to this and this. Yeah, I wish we would have got to this and this and this. And we would have got this done and we would have been able to complete that. And I mean, some nights, each one of us up here, all 9 of us, or all 11, including city manager and city attorney especially, go home and think, gosh darn it, I wish we would have got this, this, and this done. I mean, you know what? You're not going to be that far along yet because you've only had how many, couple handfuls of meetings. I think you've done an incredible job. I did find it interesting. I seem to remember the Let's Talk Loveland, that phrase having been used during the election season, actually from, if I remember correctly, Councilor Overcash had a few events that were named that, which I thought was interesting since he was kind of the creator of this trust commission. But I know that it's just a good terminology, Let's Talk Loveland. And I think that's great that you're doing that. I hope that it's something that maybe even can take on a little bit of a life of its own. What we're looking at is the potential, your current deadline is September, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So we've got 5 months to engage and activate and hopefully be able to collect data and then do something with it. That's a really short window of time. And so for me, the concern is, how are you able to do that? Now, I have total faith in your commission that you will figure that out. But if it requires something along the lines of like a subcommittee, I don't recall anything in the creation of this particular committee that said that you couldn't have a subcommittee. Is that something you guys have discussed?
Sorry, we do have a subcommittee specifically for Let's Talk Loveland instead of.
Okay, maybe I missed that part specifically. So thank you. And I think that's great. And maybe they need to meet more often because that's just the speed of, the internet and social media, right? So, and collecting data. So that's fantastic. And then, I kind of thought this thing that, I'll back up. So implementing the practice of acknowledging like exemplary citizenship, or what the award that you were talking about, right? And continuing that on, and not just having it for Mr. Mendoza, but also for other members in the community, correct? That's something that you guys wanted to kind of,
yes.
If you have to close in September, that's one of the things you want to live on after your commission, right?
Right. And I do just want to make clear, because I think that there might have been a miscommunication between Councilor Olson and I, that we made this recommendation originally to city manager because we had a discussion with him essentially saying that he's talked to you guys about this award and wanting to make it more sustainable. And so that wasn't necessarily a recommendation directed towards council per se. It was just a recommendation that we as a group had made.
Right. Okay. Well, and I appreciate that. Thank you. And, I think in this particular instance, this is a particularly hard topic to breach, right? And that's something that you've been tasked with doing as the Trust Commission, is you have to breach these topics that are hard. When we talk about why people don't trust us, that's not comfortable.
Right.
at all. And, I think, your last presentation, you came at us and it was pretty hard hitting, and it was like, hey, we're fired up and we're going to do this. And I think that, some members of council or even council as a body came back and said like, whoa, this feels like a lot. And so, I feel almost like, Counselor Olson had said something about, maybe this feels like you don't have direction or you're floundering. And I mean, maybe this is outside of what I should be saying as a council member, but I'm going to say it anyway. And that is, my concern is, have you allowed for yourselves for your initial drive and, just the reason that you were on this commission and what you really as individuals believed in, where the mistrust was, what needed to be addressed, has that become watered down? Have you become, more toned down in the sense that you don't want to upset council, that you don't want to upset, the apple cart? But if I am correct in what I remember from that conversation, it was that we need to upset the apple cart to have the conversations that are hard. It's time to have these conversations to heal as a community. And I really believe that that's really what your commission, thought that they were tasked with initially. And I hope that that last meeting that we had didn't create this huge hiccup for your commission where now you really are floundering, right? Like, I don't know which direction we're supposed to go, because we wanted to go here and we wanted to do this and we wanted to talk about these things, but it feels like there's so much pushback. We shouldn't do that. I don't know. Is that something that you guys are experiencing? Or maybe it's that, maybe you don't want to say that. Maybe you don't want to speak for the rest of the body. That's okay. But
That's the correct answer. Yes. I don't want to speak on behalf of others. I will say that me personally, it is something that I have had a hard time navigating as, for lack of a better term, captain of this ship, but I will not speak on behalf of the other commissioners about that. I do think that there are some of them who are very confident in the direction that we're going. And, that's that. So sorry about that.
Well, then what I would ask, I'm sorry. I think I still have the floor, Councilor Mcfaul.
Just a point of clarification, Councilor Sampson, if I can.
Okay.
On what was said, is that basically what was said is that coming away from council last time, that, and if I misunderstood this, my apologies, but that's why I'm asking for the point of clarification. When the statement was made when the chairman came away from the council last week, that they went back and they weren't quite sure what direction to go. I know specifically, I asked that question of the chairman at the council meeting itself. Did he understand the direction that council was providing? And he stated specifically, and then he stated back exactly what the direction was. So to indicate that the meeting last week did not give the opportunity for direction and people were confused in which way direction to go, the chairman reiterated the fact that they understood the direction.
Okay, thank you for
You're
that
welcome.
point of clarification. I think I still have the floor though. Is that right, Mayor Marsh?
I want to make sure that Jordan agrees with the point of clarification. Usually the point of clarification is making a request for information.
Right.
So I want Jordan to respond.
So if I can be a little bit candid with the group, yes, the last meeting, that is what I said at the last report. And I personally did feel as though we did have some direction until, for lack of a better term, I got grilled for 2.5 hours. And I'm going to be honest, from a personal standpoint, it's been very difficult for me because I don't know what is going to cause that kind of a reaction again. I don't know how everyone is feeling emotionally about where we're at. And so right now we're navigating the waters as a group. And I'm not going to speak on behalf of anyone else other than myself. So as far as the point of clarification goes, I can speak for myself, but I cannot speak for the group.
Right. Thank you, Jordan. And, I think, perhaps that clarifying question was, and I think Councilor Mcfaul was a little outside of the normal point of clarifications I think that we normally entertain. But, what I'm saying to you was exactly that. I believe that you understood the direction from council. I believe that, you understand the direction from, city manager. Should he be giving you any? And I don't know, because like I said, I'm not, I'm not engaging because it's not, you're supposed to be independent from us and bringing us reports, as far as I understood. And, I think that your commission, my understanding was, at least last time, was that you did have a set direction. And I've spoke with individual commissioners just here and there randomly, actually, and they have said, this is we're amped up, prior to the last meeting, we're amped up, we're working towards this. We believe we have a direction, we believe we're making progress, things are good, and we really are glad to be on this commission. And since that meeting where you received direction from council, my thought is perhaps this commission feels conflicted that the direction from council and the direction that they originally were heading may not align. Maybe that's the easiest way I could say that. Not saying that you were not clear, we were not clear to you where we wanted you to go, and you didn't understand that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying maybe that was outside of where you originally were headed. And so, what I would ask, and I don't think this will, I don't know exactly how this, how the rest of council will feel about this. My guess is that I'm speaking always solely for myself, but I don't know that other counselors will agree with me on this one. But I would say you have spent how many months creating, forming, getting together as this commission. And I think it's important for you to remember, what your original purpose was, right? That you spent, we were critical of how many weeks or how many months you spent coming up with your mission and your direction and everything that you were going to work on, right? And then you did that and you brought it to us, and then it was like, well, that's not what we thought you were going to do. And so now you have to kind of scramble to reposition yourselves. And so I just think, your original mission was strong. I think that, you were tasked with rebuilding trust. You were tasked with finding out, what we as city council members, no matter how hard it is to hear, we as city leaders need to do differently, and police and whomever else need to do differently to regain or increase community trust. So I guess what I'm really in a really long way, roundabout way saying is that I think that you need to continue the course. And if you have commissioners who are saying, we want to be stronger on this topic, we want to talk about this, we think this is important, you're doing that community engagement piece, you're doing the questions. I would say put some of those questions in there. The hard questions. They might seem tilted. They might seem like it's I don't know. I just think it's important to give people an opportunity to have the voice to see if that really is an issue. Every single one of you is on this commission because you've cared about increasing trust. And I have no doubt. It's the same thing that I say about this council. Do we all get along? No, we don't. Are we sometimes personality conflicts? Yes. But ultimately, I genuinely believe that we are here because we want to do something good for the city. And I think every single trust commission member is on the trust commission because they want to increase trust and do something good for the city. So, if it can't be done by agenda items or what you guys, which direction you move next, at the very least, please make sure some of those questions are in your questionnaires so that the community has a chance to tell you if you were even on point with that. Maybe you can't take that direction before September, but maybe we at least have documentation that, look, we asked these questions and these were the hard questions. Like, do you trust your city council? That is a hard question, right? Do we want to know the answer to that? I do personally, but maybe we don't as a body. But I think you should still ask it. I think that's vital. And then maybe someday we have that data to work from. So I know that was more of like a lecture than anything, but I think I don't have any questions for you because you've answered the questions. And I just want to say, keep going, and be bold and be, be the commission that we really need you to be to heal the city. So that's all I have to say. And thank you, Jordan. I'm sure I'll have more later.
All right. I see the city manager's hand is up. City manager, did you have some clarification you wanted to provide?
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you for recognizing me real quickly. I just wanted to go back to some comments from Councilor Olson because I need to step in and take some responsibility for something here. And that was that the way the process has been worked with our Trust Commission is that they provide motions where they all vote on certain elements that they want to have done or want to say or something to the city manager, which is me. And they take those motions and do that. In the case of the presentation they had that night from the co-responder program, it is absolutely correct. There was a few slides there that talked about what could be done in the future to provide 24/7, 365 service to our community with mental health. And they were told in that discussion that it would take 4 more co-responders and 4 support staff. The group decided amongst themselves and said, what should we do to make this point that we think this is important to our community? And I said, make a motion to me to include that in the budget process for 2023. As you know, we provide quite a bit of information to City Council on items that we request for a budget. So we knew that there would be more information that needs to be obtained from the police department, from the co-respondent program, from Summit Stone in the future. But they were just providing it. What I felt to me was just a recommendation to look at this in more detail. Obviously, it's going to take more research and so forth. And so they did that. They asked me about that program. I'm aware of council's guidance because in 2022, we hired 2.5 more co-responder assets. I say that because we have 2 more co-responders. One is hired and one is pending. And then we have another 0.25 peer support and another 0.25 admin support. They're online through Summit Stone now. So we knew that there was additional resource that had been brought to the police department for 2022. And I think council's idea was, let's see how that works and what they need from there. So that is in progress now, but that was just a motion they made. And again, I accepted it in that term. We haven't gone out and spent any money or anything yet. We know we've got to come back through our budget process for that. But in fairness, they did what they were doing and how they've done other requests for information or made other statements. They want to make sure that are transmitted to me, and they do it by motion. So it shows that a majority of the group supported their direction. So thank you.
Thank you, City Manager, for
Mayor.
providing the context to that recommendation from the Trust Commission.
Mayor, could I
kind
of comment on that?
No, let me keep moving through the list of people, and then we'll come back. We'll give people a second opportunity. Councilor Fogel.
Oh, there we go. Madam Mayor, I would like to hear Councilor Olson's answers to keep continuity in our conversation. Jumping back and forth just tends to make everything disjointed. And then I'll yield the floor to him so that he can answer whatever he was important from Steve's conversation before I add my questions. If that's okay with you.
Without objection from any other counselors to kind of go out of order here.
Well, I object, Madam Chair. I thought that you get to determine speaking order.
Well,
we can take care of this with a vote really quickly if you'd like to.
Well, I'm just asking about objections. I'm trying to get the majority of council will here. Okay, and I'm not seeing any other hands. Of course, I can only see part of council. So I'm going to assume I'll ask Councilor Olson that you kind of keep it brief.
It'll be brief. Just
okay, thank you.
So City Manager, I guess I'm kind of surprised that with the pretty detailed guidance that council gave, that you would not have brought that up to the commission. And so, I mean, that's water under the bridge. But in the future, if council has weighed in on something, I'd request that any commission be made aware of that, so that they're not making a recommendation that really is moot. Because at least from the council we had back then, they wouldn't accept this recommendation. So why waste time and give the commission a false impression, and then when it's not adopted, then they're angry at us because we didn't adopt their recommendation when we had addressed the issue previously 6 months ago. So that's my response to that. So
all right, moving on then to Councilor Fogel.
All right, Jordan, I got a few questions. Could you switch to slide 9, please?
Slide 9, sure thing.
There's your commission. How many people are on your commission?
We have 16, sir.
How's your attendance?
Pretty good, but the reason why not everyone is in attendance in this picture is because some people like to be online due to COVID.
How many people do Zoom?
What was that?
How many of your folks do Zoom?
I don't have those numbers handy, but there's normally a couple every meeting.
Okay. Okay. Good enough. You've spent, go back to the slide 6 for Let's Talk Loveland.
Okay.
Okay, whoop. Wait a minute, I did something on my, there we go. Who's the manager of Let's Talk Loveland? How does that thing work?
So we have a subcommittee right now that is making the decision.
I'm not talking about your
Oh,
I'm
Nicole
talking about
Yost with the
who
library.
runs it. Okay, Nicole Yost. And is it just one full-time person that's taking care of that for the city, or is it multiples?
It's her, and if she has staff, whoever her staff is.
Okay. Since you're kind of putting all your eggs in one basket, have you researched the viewership of this website?
We were given a presentation. We felt that the viewership was significant enough.
Can you give us some basic numbers? Do you remember any of it?
I'd rather
I
not
haven't
comment
seen
on
it.
that
I
at
haven't
this
seen
time.
it is why I'm asking.
I don't have the number written down right now. That's why I don't want to answer on it.
Okay. Okay. But you're thinking that this is a good place to hang your hat, so to speak?
A good place to collect information for the community, yes, sir.
Okay, good enough. Now back to the co-responder program. Okay, you're recommending additional co-responders. What statistics are you basing that recommendation on? And keep in mind that a few months ago, and Manager Adams could give us the details if we need them. A few months ago, maybe almost a year, the city added additional co-responders. Did your group review the difference in the statistics prior to the addition of those responders and following the addition of those responders to, figure out their effectiveness?
That's a very specified question. I can get that information to you, but I don't have it handy right now, sir.
What was it? I guess my question was that data presented to you when you guys had your presentation?
So I see the city manager's hand is up again. I don't know if that's.
It's always been up.
I don't know if that's left over, but I think city manager was kind of alluding to having had that discussion with the trust commission. And I don't recall at our own meeting with Summit Stone and Loveland Police Department that we specifically discussed 24/7 coverage. So city manager, is that why your hand is up to kind of weigh in on that?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just real quickly, two things. One is that Councilor Olson is correct. The only reason that I moderated in my position as the city manager was that there are 3 new counselors since the last time this was seen and guidance was provided. And second, our LPD implementation plan groups are looking at this particular topic because it came up during that time period. And I am anticipating that they would have some recommendations through that group as well. And that is why I was making that, accepting that recommendation from the Trust Commission. And all that is a motioned recommendation. If I can add for a minute about some of the questions that Councilor Fogel has here. The presentation by Nicole was to the group and that subcommittee, and they've met with her a few times to talk about this particular platform and how effective it is. It is the way we launch all our major initiatives, including oil and gas and other initiatives in our city. And so that is why we were recommending this particular area here. We also have some staff joining us in this particular area of social media presence, and they should be coming online soon, that can help us kind of monitor that and not have it all fall to Nicole, which it has been for the last little while here. So there will be some resource that comes with this to use all across the board, just not in this particular application from the Trust Commission, but it will give us more of a social presence. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
City manager, when you were discussing, the meeting that the council had with Summit Stone and Loveland Police Department, I mean, did you let them know that we had met and that Summit Stone had made recommendations and we had decided to increase from 2 to 4.5? Did you share that with the Trust Commission? I think is some of the questions that are being asked by council.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I did share with them that the council had already made a decision to increase the Summit Stone. And also in the presentation, it was acknowledged that there was going to be additional staff, but that still would not be enough to provide the coverage the Trust Commission felt. And again, the data and everything as pointed out was not all there yet. But that was what was told to them by the presenters of the co-responder program, and recognized that they would need more written information. And I would need that more written information about the actual proposal and what it would exactly cover and how that would exactly work. And I would expect to receive that information during our 2023 budget process.
All right, thank you for the clarification. Councillor Fogel, does that answer some of your questions about what the
Jordan, what day did you guys receive this Summit Stone presentation?
Let me double check. Summit Stone was April 4th.
Okay, so April 4th and today's whatever it is.
26.
What research did the committee do in between receiving the presentation and making that recommendation?
The recommendation was made at the presentation, sir.
Okay, so you were just parroting their recommendation. You didn't do any research at all?
I'm going to defer to the next question, sir. Thank you.
Say what?
I'm going to defer to the next question.
No, I'd like you to answer that one, please. Did this committee do any research?
Sir. Thank you.
Okay, I assume the answer was no. On to the next thing. Let's see, does the commission have a list of accomplishments they want to complete by the end of your charter on September 30th?
Yes, I do have that handy. We have a...
Oh, good. Can you put it up on the screen?
It's on my phone, unfortunately. I can email it to myself real quick and we can come back to that. Is that okay?
That'd be great. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll let Mr. Mallow go. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, Councillor Mallow, you are next up.
All right, thank you, Mayor Marsh. I got a few comments, a few questions. First, for Commissioner Sampson, that was the best coaching job I've seen in quite a while. I hope the new Denver Bronco coach
is this point of order? Is this respectful, Councilor Mallow?
Well, I'm giving you a compliment.
But
thank you.
Let's not have any personal summaries of or opinions and comments, please.
Sure, even with compliments.
It just sounded a little sarcastic, but if it was genuine.
Okay, all right. Well, I do take, maybe I'll get gavelled down for this, but I guess a new term is being coined, the trust crisis. I heard that from Councillor Sampson, and I agree. At the time that we had the Karen Gardner incident, it was terrible, and we did have a trust crisis for some time, but it's been many months since someone's walked up to me and said, how's that old trust commission doing? I would not elevate to a trust crisis anymore, as opposed to, say, the border crisis or the inflation crisis or the war in Ukraine. I think we need to keep this all relative for today's purposes. Now, Jordan, I forgot to say hello. How you doing? I think you're doing quite well.
I'm hanging in there right now. How are you?
Hang in there. Page 4.
Slide 4. This one, communication plan.
Yeah, I think Mayor Marsh answered some of this. I was kind of curious, other than the web page. I was having a hard time coming up with activities that we could encourage community input and educational opportunities, but Mayor Marsh should have a couple good suggestions on that. So I'm just going to skip that. I think Let's Talk Loveland is a great opportunity to spread the word, ask the questions, educate. I think that's what it's for. So I think that's great.
If you don't mind, a couple of the other ones that we have discussed, we haven't made any type of official ruling on anything, but having, some like library listening sessions too, because again, we have so much information. We've received all of these presentations, and even like with, say, the co-responder program, there were misconceptions that I personally had about how it operated. And I think that would be good information for the community. I don't want to speak on behalf of everyone else, but, figuring out how to get that information out to the public seems very important.
Yeah, I agree. Fantastic. I look forward to see what comes of that. Co-responders, we've had quite a bit of conversation on that. I know there's a lack of detail and that's all fine. It's to come, I'm sure. But when you first came up, the committee first came up with the 4 additional co-responders, did you mean that for this year or next year?
I don't know if that was necessarily specified with us as a group. I personally would just like to see it as soon as possible, but I do understand that budget is a thing. And in my personal opinion, even if you aren't able to get 4, getting 2 would be great, or getting an additional one. So again, as I was trying to stress to Councilor Olson, it was just a recommendation.
Okay, that's fine. You're fully aware of the budget consequences and
right. Yeah, we know that money doesn't just pop out of thin air. Whenever we asked them the question of finding this number, we said budget aside, what is the perfect number for you guys to be effective? And this is what they gave us.
Okay, cool. Thanks. Upstanding Citizen Award. Who's going to be nominating that, and who's going to decide who gets the award?
Mr. City Manager, would you be able to chime in a little bit with me on that? I know that, we're going to be having a presentation from him about different avenues and ways that we could do this. So I don't know if that's something that he might have added in. If not, we can talk about it as a group.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, go ahead. I didn't see. There you are. Okay.
Yeah, so thank you, Councilor Malo. We are working now on consulting with other communities about how they do this. And I've seen this award in other communities of outstanding citizenship or outstanding action. The police department does some of this for life savings. This council's actually done it when a swimmer's life was saved by a staff employee who was a lifeguard who saved somebody's life, and staff saved somebody's life. Those life-saving awards and those kind of things have been mainly what that's about. I think obviously the Trust Commission was looking at something bigger than that. And I asked them to allow me to have some time to talk about this with other communities. And right now, Megan, our assistant, is working on that right now and talking to other communities about how it's done, who does the award, how's it given, what are the criteria, and those things. And I hope to have all of that to present to the Trust Commission, and then they would probably make some kind of recommendation to me that then I would forward to council for action.
Well, thank you. That's where I was getting at. Since they're recommending a citywide award, I would think city council should have a say in who gets it. So good, we're on the same page. Quick question, Jordan, has anybody resigned from the commission? I think the answer is no, correct?
The answer would be yes. Very early on, I want to say within our first month or two, we had 2 individuals, one for mental health purposes, and the other one I don't entirely remember, but it was a very valid reason.
Okay, that's fine. We don't want to get into that.
Right.
By no means. Last question, it comes from page 5.
Okay.
What happens? I've heard 2 dates. I've heard the end date of this commission being September 30th, and I think November. So what is the end date?
Should be September 30th, correct?
Okay. All right, good. Okay. Just want to clarify. So what happens? I know we're all waiting for the internal affairs report. What happens if we don't get it by the end date of the commission? We are going to be prepared to move on without that, correct?
Yes.
All right. With that, I am done. Thank you, Jordan.
Perfect.
Hang in there.
To get back to what Councilor Fogel had asked for, oopsies, Gmail real quick. I do have our goals. Whoops, not that one. From me to me. I don't know how well I can zoom in on this because it was from my iPhone. It was a screenshot from earlier. Oh, that is awful. Okay. Everyone can, oh, I see. Okay. I can't scroll up and down if I zoom in. But we have several different goals. I mean, I don't want to take up too much of y'all's time and read through every one of them. But we did have a entire meeting dedicated specifically to what are things that we would like to see. as an end result of our commission. So
Jordan, since you're having some trouble with the AV, can you just forward this to the C Council email, please?
Yes, I can do that after the meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. We'll move on to Councilor Mcfaul.
Sure. First off, Jordan, thanks for being here. I really appreciate that.
Good thing.
I want to ask a question. It's either of the city attorney or the city manager, because I've heard a couple different terms used for why the trust commission is here. And I'm just trying to get this clear in my mind. It was the trust commission created to find those areas in city government where our citizens were losing trust, and then make recommendations to city council about ways that we could probably find a way of rebuilding or trying to rebuild trust? Or was the trust commission created to build trust in the community? Because I've heard that term used numerous times, that the trust commission is here to, and their job is to build trust.
I have the ordinance handy. If I can answer instead of City Manager Adams, if that's all right.
Yep, go ahead, Jordan.
Okay, so the vision of the commission is to foster a level of trust where the community feels respected and valued. The purpose of the commission is as follows: A, to understand the various issues impacting community trust, beginning with the Loveland Police Department, but not limited to that department. B, to make recommendations to the city manager on actions to foster trust by the Loveland community and its local government. C, to present quarterly updates to city council on the commission's progress. Forgive me. And D, to present to city council a final report no later than September 30th, as you guys know, 2020, to recommend actions and steps to foster trust by the Loveland community and its local government. So fostering trust.
Okay. I just, again, I heard this, and Jordan, I've had the opportunity to watch most of your committee meetings.
Oh, excellent.
I like to make sure that I'm involved in listening to things there without being involved, because we're not supposed to be in and of itself. And I've heard, and the reason I asked the question is because I've heard that from committee members. I also heard it from a city councilor, is that the job of the trust commission is to build. And I just wanted to make sure that we're walking down the same path. First off, I have had an opportunity to look at it. I'm going to tell you, I did watch the April 4th meeting. I thought the Summit Stone presentation and the CARES presentation were not only very good presentations themselves. I thought the questions that came out of the committee for that were extremely good. I think they walked right down the path that I think the Trust Commission was put together for, was to garner that information that was out there. I do believe that in walking down that path, I think there's a good probability that we're going to be able to find some of the information. You're going to be able to find some of the information that we can use to try and help city council be better. I do agree with Councilor Sampson in the fact that I believe the trust commission is way too big. And the reason why is because normally when you're trying to work with a group of people, and take it from somebody who's been on the chairman of a commission before as well, that 9 is normally the outside boundary. So whoever made the decision on 16 or 17 really wanted to test your and any other chairman's patience on how you're going to deal with that. And I do think a lot of the statements that came in, like from Commissioner Schull, about finding information, not wasting time on what we're doing. The Let's Talk Loveland. I think that's a really good idea. And what I really heard on that one at that April 4th commission was, hey, with Let's Talk Loveland, we can really find out, is it a vocal minority that we're hearing from, or is there really a majority of people out there that feel this way? So I think walking down that path is a really good path to walk down in and of itself. I realized that the Karen Gardner was the linchpin. I think that really pulling that linchpin was what really pulled everything apart in this city in and of itself, and getting that information before us from the Judson Hughes Commission and the whole bit was really good. And I do know that, trust is a hard thing to gain from people, but it's so easy to lose. All it takes is one bad thing to lose that trust. And then if you ever regain it again, it takes a long time to get back into it again. So I think it takes something from all sides within city government to do that. I think council in some ways, and I'm not chastising anybody, I'm not shooting at anybody, I'm not doing anything else on that. But I think council in some ways, in the words that we use, the words that we choose sometimes, could probably do it in a much better way that I think would help build trust. I think we're going to have a distrust of council, even though we're a nonpartisan body. People bring partisan thoughts into their look at the way council's doing their votes and everything else. So there's going to be a distrust, a certain amount of folks that are in our community that will distrust council on any of the sides that are going on out there. But I think, it's indicative upon us to help try and build that trust back in the community as well by doing the things that we can, as open as we possibly can, and bringing it out there and looking at that. I will tell you, there are a couple things, and this is just my view of this. There are a couple things I think that I've heard as well. I think Councilor Olson made mention of one, that there are some members, and it may be their opinion, it may be the opinion of the vocal minority there, that on the commission that really don't care what council thinks. I heard one saying, if they disband us, we'll just do this on our own and figure it out. And that's quite fine for people to do, but even though you're building trust, I think it's good for council to build trust in these conversations with you, Jordan, and with your commission, as the way we're talking and the guidance we give you in ways of doing this. But I think it's also indicative upon your committee, your commission, to help build trust. And when you have, I watched the March 30th one, and I actually heard one of the commissioners basically saying, I can't remember exactly what the topic was, but it was on regulations that were being built. And the commissioner had basically stipulated that she felt the regulations weren't being written correctly and everything else, but made a comment, I think, that we need to be wary of our words. But her comment was, I was in a room with armed, dangerous people, so I didn't opine on what I thought. And that's an area I think that can cause distrust in not only our police department, because it leaves that perception that, if I say something, somebody in here that's armed is going to shoot me. And it also leads to distrust on some folks that are very supportive of the police department, that, hey, no matter what we do, it's, this commission is not going to do it because they don't like our police department and where they're going. So I'm just trying to provide it to you, but I found the meetings to be very vocal. And I think everybody has an opportunity to express their things in there. But I do sometimes feel that they're disjointed. And I think you do have, and you'll find this when you get people in there, that some folks have their own agenda that they want to travel down on there. And you as the chairman of the commission, I mean, it's indicative on you to bring folks back into where it's at. But I will tell you this, I was extremely excited to hear about the Let's Talk Loveland. I agree with Council Mello. I think this is going to be a really good thing. I think what Manager Olson said that we're using it to do other things, whether it be, to get the word out there for other folks and everybody else, to do that on either the Trust Commission, which will be good, on oil and gas, which I think will be good as well. To get those voices in here is great. But I just want to tell you, I appreciate you being back here in front of us. I appreciate you bringing it to us. I think I'm concerned on the fact that we're at about the 6-month time frame, and there's 6 months left in the commission's charter before it goes, of whether you're going to be able to reach where you want to. But as I said at the last morning meeting, I'm looking very forward to what you bring us back in our next update. So that's me.
Thank you, Councilor Mcfaul.
Thank you. We'll go on to Councilor Foley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Jordan, for your presentation. You've done a big turnaround since your first one. So
did you notice that we got you your write-up? We got you your 4 to 5 page write-up.
There you go. I think you've got a good start of kind of turning this around and really meeting, I guess, what the expectations were, and moving away from I guess, what would have been determined last time as the investigative body. I still see a little bit of that going on. However, I like where the direction you're going. And when I get to the co-responder aspect of this, my question is to you, is did the co-responder program resonate with you and your commission as a trust building mechanism?
So again, and I am only just saying this, I know I'm kind of beating a dead horse here, but I won't speak on behalf of them, but for me, yes, it definitely did. And again, there were misconceptions that I had about how they operated and what they were supposed to do versus how they actually operate and what they do.
Okay. And yes. Why did that resonate with you? Why was that a trust building mechanism?
Because I think that there are several instances where there needs to be some sort of an intervention, but it doesn't necessarily have to be the police. And just hearing them go through that and them talking about the logistics of everything, as well as, I mean, there were times even whenever LPD would chime in and speak, and it just seemed like they were kind of on the same page with a lot of stuff. And they seemed to have this connection, but it seemed as though before we had the presentation with them, that connection may not have been with us as citizens and them. And so I personally found it very insightful and would love to get a lot of that educational stuff out there for people.
Okay, so that's a great opportunity, in my opinion, would be a recommendation, is to push more information out to the public of those kind of aha moments for you. Mm-hmm. Those are the things that help drive trust. Those that people's fears are, at least they're validated. They know that they have been listened to, they've been validated, and you're giving a solution as to, okay, it's not as bad as I thought it was, right?
Yeah, and that's why we wanted to, moving forward, we want to put some emphasis on having a strong communication plan, because one of the things that we were kicking around a lot was education, because not just with them, but even Thompson Valley EMS and with the Blue Team report, it's just good for citizens to know how all of these entities operate from the inside out. You know, that's information that I feel like isn't necessarily common knowledge while it might be public.
Right. So to me, that's you're picking up where I'm going with the education piece of the public on these aha moments, that when you have found where there might have been a lack of trust or a mechanism that actually builds trust to dispel disinformation or perception, etc. Now, the other question I've got on that topic is that, what do you see as the value add of that co-responder out there on the scene with and dealing with the situation at hand? Is it the professionals that are out there that have the necessary training to recognize the situation that's happening, to help bring closure to that particular incident and provide a path of treatment for the person that's experiencing that emergency?
Right. So me personally, number one, yes, they definitely seemed like they knew their stuff. And I think that that's important in those situations. And it's not a knock on the police department per se, but mental health is its own thing. You know, there are so many different things that could affect someone's behavior in a moment of crisis. And so number one, just the way that they were able to communicate to me as an individual during this presentation helped me to understand that they know what they're talking about. And additionally, I do, from a personal standpoint, believe that in an instance where someone's having a mental health crisis, and this is me kind of putting myself in the shoes of someone who might, the last thing that I want to see is a police officer. I'm just going to be honest about it. The last thing that I'm going to want is to think, oh, am I going to go to jail? Am I, what's going to happen to me, versus someone in street clothes talking to me in a very calm voice and working me through these issues. And so I do think that that is helpful as well.
Right. And so was there a challenge of a bigger vision?
What do you mean?
A challenge to the co-responder presentation of a bigger vision of what that program would look like in terms of something that's actually sustainable.
Mm-hmm.
And the way I describe this, and I've said this many times, there's a strong parallel of the co-responder program to the beginning of the paramedic program.
Sure. So one of their big issues that I do remember them discussing was because they don't have, 24/7, 365 coverage. There will be times where, say, a day goes by, or not a day, but a night goes by where they're not able to have somebody on call. And they'll get with whoever it is that's their liaison with LPD. They'll meet up, and essentially there will be several missed calls. And these are people who, 3 hours ago, 4 hours ago, whenever it was 3, 4 in the morning, needed help. And that situation, may not have been handled the way that it should have been. And I do think that there is a difference between them and, say, a paramedic, because a lot of times in these mental health crises, it's not necessarily, while it is still health, it's a different kind of health. And there's a difference.
Let me jump in here. Let me jump in here, because you haven't gotten where I'm going with this.
Okay.
Where I'm going with this is there are parallels to the paramedic program and how the paramedic program became to be.
Mm-hmm.
Back in the day, the fire department would literally drive by the hospital and pick a nurse up and take a nurse out to the scene to provide care for people. Okay. Then they developed the paramedic program with a core set of skills.
Counselor Foley, your microphone or something has gotten really gravelly. I don't know if it's just too close.
How about now? Is that
better?
Okay. So the paramedic program was created for the sustainability and to provide more access. So when we look at the co-responder program, even at that 24-hour access, I still don't believe that the mental health calls that we are having, that it's still a sustainable model, because essentially you've got the equivalent of a sorry, I had to yell. You've got the equivalent of a cardiac surgeon responding to a heart attack with the co-responder program, instead of getting them to think outside the box with a long-term solution of sustainability of what are those core principles and core skill sets that are needed to develop curricula that then can disseminate. And instead of the paramedic model, you're getting basically a mental health model of the medical model. Now, the paramedics also get quite a bit of mental health training as well, and so do the EMTs. But thinking about how a mental health technician with the required skill sets could be it could have a much greater impact on the mental health crisis and be more readily available for those instances, instead of trying to call out. These people could be trained, and the emergency medical system can have people trained in that. So that's that bigger vision, that thinking outside the box, rather than, hey, this is what we've got, how do we make this better? Wait a minute, let's take that, let's expand upon it, let's encourage that thought process. Because now, if our officers are offered MHT, mental health technician training. That's another skill set that they can have. That might be another career path that they can have. You have students up in CSU, the _1 degree up there was psychology. Well, now you could have psychology and some of that class coursework coupled with a mental health curricula might give someone a career path to be able to work and provide for their community and go that route. Does that kind of make sense where I'm going with that?
It does. I don't have a roadmap for what that sustainability looks like, but I do like where you're coming from. And I do think that that is something that I would like to bring back to the group in one of our upcoming meetings to discuss further.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilor Overcash.
Oh, you're on mute, sir.
Hi, Jordan. I have the list of commissioners and alternates in front of me from the original list. Could you remind me who has left the commission?
Jessica Schaus and Gigi Conte.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, which one?
Jessica Schaus and
Okay.
Gigi Conte.
And who else?
Gigi Conte, Conte.
Okay. Anyone else?
Those are the only two, sir.
Okay. And who replaced those two members from the alternate group? Because we had 3 alternates.
I do believe that one of the alternates dropped before we ever had a meeting, because whenever we started, I only had Catherine Bullard and Gary Dreith.
So the 2 alternates are now members, is Gary Dreith and Catherine Bullard?
Yes, sir.
Correct? Okay. Very good. Thank you for that. I just wanted to be current on the list.
Of course.
Okay, Councilor Olson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a real quick, I noticed in one item in my notes that I forgot to ask Jordan about. As I listened to the meeting, there was a discussion regarding the commendation program between the commission and City Manager Adams. A question came up as to whether or not this particular award for Ray Mendoza should come from the police department of the city. And so my question is for the future, assuming that this takes on, that this is going to be a program that endures and that this will be extended to future recommendations, I would ask you to consider, do you want this award to come from the city or do you want it to come from a city department? And I think that's the thing here. So I would hope that we would bring it from the city for Mr. Mendoza, but you all are making the recommendation. So I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
That is a good point though, and I appreciate that.
Okay, Jordan, I'm not seeing any hands up. I support your Let's Talk page. I support your surveys. Your co-responders when Summit Stone and the Loveland Police Department came before council, I asked the question, how many do you really need? And they told me 7 to 8. And so maybe it's a phased in approach, but I certainly support increasing that. My understanding is that, you know, we had some questions about, have you done this research or that? Correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that you a committee as a body by majority vote, direct staff to do the research versus you as individuals doing the research.
I want to say in most situations, but city manager, if I'm wrong, please correct me.
Okay, I mean, because that, I mean, you know, because, you know, we want to have staff doing the biggest body of the research so that hopefully it's unbiased and as thorough and, you know, as possible. That would be my guess. Let's see, and I agree with your statement that at times somebody in a mental health crisis, the last thing you want is a uniform. And so having somebody who's trained at de-escalating body language, attire, everything does matter. And I do believe we want to get to the point where we have 24/7 coverage that there's somebody available to go out on call when it's appropriate and safe for all people. So let me ask, Jordan, do you have other commissioners who wish to speak to council tonight, or are you the sole spokesperson?
I haven't had anybody text me saying that they want to speak.
Okay.
Hannah, has anybody raised their hand from the commission? Are they able to?
Thank you, Chair Pryor. Mayor Marsh.
Yeah, do you have somebody who wants to speak from the commission? You know, because I believe several of them are, you know, attending, watching.
Thank you, Mayor Marsh. Yes, we do have several commissioners. If you would like to speak to something, Chair Pryor has invited you to raise your hand and I can switch you over to a panelist. And Mayor Marsh, if you don't mind, if we wait just one moment for those commissioners.
While we're waiting for them to get their hands up, I see our city manager has his hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to add one clarification to the comment you asked about as far as directing staff activities. So what the process that was set up was that we wanted to make sure that when the commission asked for something, that it was by majority they were asking for something, not individually. So they go ahead and through their motioning process ask for the information. It's then up to me to decide if it's something that staff can fulfill on its own, or based upon how much time it takes and how much effort and money or cost or whatever it is, that I would need to refer that to city council to get guidance from city council. So there is that step in the process. So far, the information that the board and commission have asked for, I've been able to satisfy, and I felt it was reasonable to do so. So.
All right, thank you for that clarification, because that would be my assumption that staff is doing the research. And the other thing that I want to support, Jordan, is your recognition of residents in our community that go above and beyond. And city manager is correct. The police department have a mechanism for that, and our fire department has but I think what you're suggesting is a acknowledgement and recognition from city council. And I think that's a great suggestion. All right, so Hannah, do we have some of our commissioners able to show their hands?
I do not have any commissioners raising their hands, Mayor Marsh.
Okay. All right. So one last chance. So thank you, Jordan. Thank you, commissioners. Really appreciate the work that you're doing and coming here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Marsh.
Okay, so that concludes our first item. Our next item is 2.2 from Economic Development. Presenter will be Jack Hill. It's a discussion on the I'm not saying that correctly. Slosher Signs Expansion Assistance Agreement.
Definitely a mouthful. Thank you.
Take it away. I think Jack.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you guys should be able to see my screen now.
Speak up, please. You're a little bit faint on your microphone.
Is that a little better?
Yeah, get close to your mic.
I'll hold it up.
Okay.
I'm quiet by nature, so please, if you miss something that I say, please speak up and let me know.
Okay.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Loveland City Council members. My name is Jack Hill, Business Development Specialist for the City of Loveland, Economic Development Department. I'm here with you today to touch on the Slosher Signs Business Expansion Assistance Agreement. I'm joined here today with the CEO and owner of Slosher Signs, Inc., Carlos Slosher, as well as Alex Slosher, President and General Manager. We'll jump right into it. Please feel free to ask questions along the way. I want it to be open for you, so please interject if you see anything on the slide or just would like to ask a question to me or any of the Sloshers. Here's the overview of what we'll be talking about today: the company back, expansion plans, as well as expansion assistance. Pretty straightforward. Slosher Signs, here are their values: integrity, customer service, profitability, accountability, teamwork, and respect. This company has been in Loveland since 1999, actually started in a garage. It's one of our homegrown companies. It's been here for over 22 years and has seen a lot of growth since their early days from a garage. Here's some of their growing client base. Obviously a little more than what a garage can handle. So they've, in 2009, they were able to purchase their first building up on Drafter's Court to support clients such as Jersey Mike's, Target, Chocolate Smoothie Cafe, as well as many others. Here's a list of some of their local clients. You may recognize some of these signs around town. Fairgrounds Park, obviously, I think that's Mayhew Park, as well as some of the wayfinding signage that you'll see out and about the city of Loveland. You also see them downtown. They did a signage for desk chair, as well as the flip side. They've expanded a lot of their reach and manufacturing capabilities and have begun doing some signage for DIA. It's a pretty substantial project for them, which is the reason why they need to expand their employee counts as well as their facility space. Continuing with their Denver clients, they're also in Coors Field. They did the rooftop sign as well as some of the other signs you see there, as well as the Denver Broncos. They were able to renovate the scoreboard for Empower Field, as well as some of the other signage as far as retired numbers and Super Bowl championships for the Denver Broncos. So that's a pretty impressive client list for this small little company. They did have business assistance in 2013 for their 2013 expansion. This is their, I believe it's 418 East 3rd Street location. You'll walk by it on 3rd Street if you're headed to the Foundry from the Civic Center. They were awarded a $15,000 incentive to upgrade their transformer, which was a necessity for the work that they were doing in that facility. It allowed them to expand what they were able to do and also create a better space for tenants in the future. So as I said, they started out in 1999 out of a garage with 3 employees. They moved to their next facility in 2009 with 16 employees, and they just kept growing since. And now they're up to, I believe it's 41 employees currently. That's across their 2 locations in Loveland, as well as they have 3 salespeople down in Denver. As you can see, they're still growing. They have a great pipeline ahead of them. It's over $3 million in national work. And we like to see national work as they export their goods and services outside the city of Loveland and outside the state of Colorado. We see new money and new opportunities coming into the city of Loveland. So they're constructing a new 20,000 square foot building at 3505 Draft Horse Court. It's estimated to be a $3.9 million capital investment. This will consolidate their operations from their 2 Loveland locations and bring some much needed light industrial space to the Loveland commercial market. They will be hiring 23 new employees over the next 5 years at an average wage of $65,000. And that is not including benefits. The benefits are on top of that $65,000. They plan to hire 13 new employees in the first year when they begin operating. And here is a look at their current locations as well as their new location. They hope to complete October of this year. They have begun the development process. They have, I believe, paid their plan check fee and are currently resubmitting their site work permits. And so that brings us to the business assistance agreement itself. So based on the capital investment of $3.9 million, as well as 23 new jobs over the next 5 years, the economic impact analysis show that an appropriate amounts to assist this expansion would be roughly $65,000. This would offset the increased soft costs and cost of construction have rapidly increased over the last year, as well as water tap fees that have doubled over since COVID started. And so we would agree to waive building permit fee as well as the city use tax up to $65,000. This would be backfilled through our economic development incentive fund, which after this incentive is completed would be roughly $275,000. Slosher in return agrees to build the building itself and maintain operations at this location for the next 5 years. They are required to pull building permits by December 1st of this year, which I do not believe should be a problem, and receive certificate of occupancy by December 31st, 2023. If they choose to leave before this 5-year period ends, there is a clawback clause in place to receive the payment of what's due on a graduated scale. What that means is, if the company obtains a certificate of occupancy August 1st, 2023, and is no longer able to maintain business operations on this site on August 2nd, 2024, the economic assistance would be discounted to a total of $52,000 due back to the city. I'm sure that's very confusing. I feel like that was a jumbled way to say it. But in a sense, every year that they are here in Loveland, it would be $13,000 less that they would have to pay back if they were to leave early. I know I kind of ran through that really quickly, but I'd like to open it up to questions. It seems like I'll let you do it, Mayor Marsh. You're the...
Okay, I have a quick question.
Absolutely.
So what will happen with the existing buildings if they know at this point, in particular the one on East 3rd? And I'm imagining, determine on the zoning for that, you'd probably have a lot of businesses that would love to move into that space. So that's the reason for my question.
Absolutely. It's a lovely location. I have probably 4 or 5 companies that would love to move in there. I think Carla's on.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Mayor Marsh and City Council, for giving us an opportunity to present this request for expansion assistance tonight. I know you have a busy agenda. So what would happen at 3rd Street is we would be looking for a tenant. We will be, not we would be, but we will be. And that investment by the city of the $15,000 to upgrade that transformer, I think really will be an added benefit to a future tenant in the building. So that was something we hope we can pass along to someone else.
Do you know, Carla, if it's zoned for retail, restaurant, anything like that?
When we purchased that building, it was zoned for, I don't know what the zoning is, but it basically covers everything. Restaurant, bar, light industrial, residential. Those are some of the zoning that I recall.
Okay, so maybe more of a planning department question for down the road. So to Jack and Kelly, I appreciate you bringing a small business incentive to us. I really do. It's great. Thank you. Councilor Fogel, I see your hand is up.
You're on mute.
Can you back up a couple of slides, Jack?
Absolutely. Just tell me what to stop.
Hold on, I'm not seeing it yet.
You're not sharing.
I'm not
Oh,
seeing
I'm not
your
even
slides.
sharing. Oh, what even happened? Okay.
You blew it up, man.
I blew it up, man. There it is.
There we go. Now
That's why you weren't telling me to stop. That makes sense.
Go down a few slides. I was looking for the one where you're talking about the actual ask and the give.
This one.
Right there, business expansion assistance. Based on a capital investment of 3.9 and 23 new jobs, is that written in as mandatory into your contract?
Yeah, I believe so. I'll have to look at the agreement. It has been proposed, and I'm pretty sure it's in there.
Okay. I will support it if that is, and won't if it's not. So I need to know.
Are you asking if the new job?
In other words, if things change and they decide to build $1 million building instead, I think they should come back to council and the incentive should be revisited. So those things I just need to know those are in your contractual agreement.
Yes, absolutely. And the agreement will be attached in our next normal meeting, and I'll
right. And along with the 23 jobs spaced over whatever period of time during the 5 years they're comfortable with.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, both the 17.4 and the 47.5, which takes it up to 65, both of those are repaid to their appropriate funding from the city incentive fund.
So it'll come out of the economic incentive fund, and it'll backfill the revenues of development services they would have expected.
Okay, so with the sales tax portion, which is really, the city use tax is really sales tax on equipment purchases, correct?
I believe so.
Okay.
Correct.
Basically, we're just taking it from one pocket and putting it in another. Is that correct?
That is correct. I know in the past we've done some building permit waivers, and they were kind of, we got our hands slapped a bit because we were taking away revenues from development services. And so, we do have this money, especially for our small businesses that we want to support as they expand. And so we've decided to backfill those revenues with our economic incentive fund.
Right. I like the way you're doing that, because yes, it did seem kind of unfair for one department to get to spend the other department's money. So this way we know what's going on. And most importantly, over the course of the years, we can track what incentives we've actually given as a total instead of just kind of guessing, which is what we've done in the past. So thank you.
All right, I've got the name Counselor Overcash, but Moses is photo. So is that you, Counselor Overcash?
Yes. Jack, you see this incentive as a business retention or expansion? I mean, how does the department classify this? It's not attraction of a new business. So
Yeah, I would label it as an expansion.
Of retention.
Yeah, I believe it would fall under the retention and expansion. Obviously, more leaning towards more expansion as they have purchased the land and they have begun the development process. I think that's how we would answer that question. If Kelly has any further doubt.
That's fine. That's fine, Jack. I just wanted to, because I think it's great that you brought another small business incentive to us. Like most of the incentives, actually the only ones that I can recall of late are small, what we classify as small businesses. What I like about this is that it's there's a significant portion of Schlosser's business which would be classified as a primary employer. Carla, is it possible to share just a percentage of the amount of business that you do outside of, say, Larimer County?
I would say
percentage. I'm not asking for a dollar.
Right. Well, I do know that we do more in the Denver market, typically in a year, especially with the Denver airport, the international airport. That's a significant project for us over the past several years, and we are anticipating that that's going to be ongoing for at least 2 to 3 more years. So based on the size of that contract alone, it put what we do in Northern Colorado, kind of underneath that.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I guess I'm getting the impression that you're doing a good amount of business outside of Larimer County, which would classify you as a primary employer, which is one of our areas of interest, because it's bringing economic growth into our community rather than just exchanging dollars. So I just thought it was interesting when I saw the airport, and I know you guys run up and down I-25. I see your trucks, so I was just wondering what percent of business you might consider, or the Economic Development Department would consider as primary employer, just for a little additional justification for the business retention incentive that we're looking at.
Okay.
Just a point of curiosity. I wish you well. It's great to see that you've grown, homegrown business here in Loveland, and that you're expanding your geographical reach. A lot of businesses, we have a lot of businesses in town, and they tend to, they seem to be not growing. They talk a lot, and sometimes they're frustrated, but you've gone out and found ways to grow your business even outside of our community. And I commend you for that, and all the businesses in our community that do that. You're in a tough market and a lot of competition. So congratulations on that long-term growth that you've sustained.
Thank you.
All right, Counselor Olson.
Yeah, I just wanted to add my accolades, Carla, to your continued growth. It's been great to watch you over the years and grow from a relatively small business to what I would call a powerhouse in the sign industry. So it's good to see, and congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
I see our city manager's hand is up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just real quick, I wanted to clarify something here because I think it's important on the why this particular application is before you tonight. As I had just sent you an email on this on another project, I have the authority to do a small business incentive request as long as it's less than $30,000. This one is over $30,000 and therefore is through the normal business incentive process, which is a study session, which you're having tonight. And then it would come back in 2 readings with an ordinance moving the money from the one place in the Economic Development Fund over to support the project. So this is it's at the lower end, but vital and necessary, and we're glad they're here. It is on the lower end of the scale of economic development projects that you would see. And had it been in a smaller amount, I could have handled it myself, but that's why it's here before council and what the process is going forward. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yes, and my understanding tonight is a study session. We're not okaying anything, but you're trying to get an indication of whether we're supportive or not. That was my.
Thank you, Madam.
All right. Councilor Mcfaul.
Yeah, I was actually not going to say anything because everybody's pretty well said what I want to say, but the city manager brought up something I think that is extremely important to kind of bring out. I think there's a misperception sometimes in the city of our citizens and everything else of the fact of who we give incentives to and why we give incentives out itself. I think the city manager, and Jack, I want to congratulate you and Kelly on this presentation, what we're doing with Carla and looking to do with Carla and her business itself. I think this is exactly what we need to get out in front of the citizens to let them know, look, this is what we're doing. And city manager Adams basically said, if it's 30,000 or less, he can do it himself. We need to promote those as well, though. We need to be vocal about the fact that those are going out there from economic development so that people are seeing the full breadth of what you and Kelly are doing with these incentives and not just those things that should make it in front of council. So that's all I wanted to add to it, Jack. But great job. And Carla, I'm very happy you guys are here.
Well, thank you. And yes, Jack did a great job. I agree. I really appreciate all his help.
Councilor Fogel, is your hand just remaining up or is it up again? Okay, so I'm not seeing any other hands. So we kind of dealt with that one very quickly. And I think you have your direction. Jack and Kelly and Steve and Carla, appreciate you coming before us tonight and look forward to seeing you back in a few weeks.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. See you guys.
All right, the time is now 7:58. So if I can kind of get the flavor from council, whether do you want to take a break or do you want to move into the next topic, which is our diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. 5 minutes is, I'm seeing Councilor. Okay, is that everybody else would like to take a break too?
All
right, so it's 7:58. Why don't we reconvene at 8:10 p.m. All right, so we stand in recess.
Pat, your mic's on. Hot mic.
Julia, do you want me to stop screen sharing so you can pull up your PowerPoint?
Sure, that works. Whenever you're ready.
We're getting most people back. Let's see, counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have a quorum. Hannah, are you about ready to go?
I believe so, Mayor Marsh. Looks like you have your city manager and your city attorney. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we've got a quorum and we are ready to start. We are reconvened as Loveland City Council study session. Our next item is, and our last item is item 2.3 from Human Services, Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging, DEIB, analysis updates. Julia and Megan, take it away.
Thank you, Mayor Marsh. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I am Julia Holland. I'm the Human Resources Director. I have Megan Valier, also from the City Manager's Office, with me this evening to present to you on our Human Relations and Inclusion presentation. Tonight, we are really looking to follow up on the progress and options from our prior council meetings and study sessions that we've had on this topic, and receive any direction from council if they so choose to move on with any next steps. We're going to go over the history, basically what has brought us to today. We've had several study sessions on this topic, so we know we also have new council members. We want to make sure that they are up to date on what has been discussed and where we're going. Council discussion and timelines, or timing, will be the next slide. That will again be a bit of a recap from what has been discussed and the timing that we expect we could move any initiatives forward if council directs us to do so. And then we'll give a very brief update on our internal DEIB employee program that we're working through right now. And then some follow-up items again from our previous study sessions. Council did ask questions about these two topics, additional options for council training, and also additional options for data collection. And then we'll get into some discussion on the board and commission options. This was also a topic previously, and this is where Megan will come in and we'll be going over a summary from the staff report that was also included in this agenda item. So where we are today is actually derived from an initial rule of 4 that was back in December 17th of 2019. From that, we also had a second rule of 4, August 18th of 2020. And then that led us to our first study session in October 19th. The first study session was March 9th, but prior to that, we had a consultant group, the Gemini Group, who actually worked with City Council on some discussions. So March 9th was our first study session on this topic, which included information on Loveland's demographics, our current city DEI policies, non-discrimination policies that are already in place, not specific to our newer DEIB initiative. Also looked at different DEI initiatives across our neighboring communities and looked at different findings from the council interviews at that time. Again, keeping in mind we have several new members of council since March 9th. The second study session, August 24th, had more analysis for City Council. These deliverables included some summary options and estimated costs to advance some efforts on this topic, and we'll go over some more of those today. So our council overview, when we look at timing, we look at these in different categories of when we could actually achieve some of these items that council has had previous discussions on. So when we look at 0 to 6 months, we can see that we have celebrations, which we've actually had several community celebrations in the last year that were new celebrations for our community. And council proclamations, that's something where council they already have some that recognize different areas. We've had Martin Luther King Jr. proclamations, but we could broaden those, and that could be a more immediate implementation if council desired to go that route. The training component, we've discussed City Council training options and costs. From our last study session, council did inquire as to another option if council could tag on to the city's internal efforts as a training option. So that's something we'll talk about later in this presentation. And then the internal training actions that we have. And we are proceeding with our program, although we have not started our training yet. We anticipate that to begin later this summer for our organization. Data collection could also be done within the next 6 months. There's some discussion about options and costs. Council did not actually give us direction last time we came before you when some of those options were provided. So we're going to go over that again today just to see if there is any consensus to move forward in that direction. There are community survey options and then also the listening session option that was discussed previously. The topics of commission, that would take at least 6 to 12 months if council chose to move anything forward in that direction, which you'll have a lot more information to discuss and decide if that's something that you're interested after today. The equity framework, this is further down the road, at least 12 plus months down the road. And that would come after the other items such as council education and training and commission, because we would need a way to actually implement those programs if we were going to go forward with an equity framework for the organization, or I'm sorry, for the community. So as far as an update for our internal program, what we have is our assessment was currently, or actually just closed April 7th. We did an RFP. If you recall from the previous study session, we conducted an RFP. We had several proposals that were submitted. I believe 9 we had submitted. We had at least 8 people review those proposals. And then we had a bigger committee that was part of our interview process for our finalists. We did move forward with CPS HR Consulting. They are a leader in this industry. They have a lot of work that they have done in the Colorado communities as well. And their proposals did fit our needs. And we really liked that their training would be customized based on our needs. It's not a cookie cutter model. So we appreciated that they are going to meet us where we are in our culture and our journey in this DEI effort. So the first step with CPS Consulting was an assessment. This was done by them through the third party so that we weren't doing this internally. That was sent to our organization in March and closed April 7th. We should have the analytics from CPS HR Consulting within the next couple of weeks. And then we will move into some focus group because they do both qualitative and quantitative analysis for us. Once we have that information complete, CPS HR Consulting will then go to the executive leadership team and conduct a workshop. This workshop will help us look at those results and help us identify recommendations and priorities for our organization to move the needle in our DEI efforts. Again, training and programs will also be provided by CPS HR Consulting, and those will be customized, and they will also assist us in developing internal DEI programs for our employees. Peer groups, advocacy groups, things of that nature, if those are identified as priorities from our workshop. City Council training. This was a topic in our last study session. Last time we talked about the national providers, which you'll see here, which is National League of Cities. We also talked about the local provider options, and Council was interested in looking at tagging on to our internal program. So since last time, we were able to select a vendor, get additional information on what that would look like for Council to join our internal program training. We would actually have the same consultant conduct the training, but it would not necessarily be with our organization or with our employees. It would be separate to that. There are 2 options that Council can consider. One is an education only option. The other is a workshop and education option. So those are outlined in this slide, of course, with different costs associated. The education only option is $4,800. The workshop and education would be $8,400 for CPS HR Consulting to do a combination for that workshop of on-site and virtual training sessions. The education only option would also include 1-hour individual meetings with City Council prior to the 6 virtual training sessions that would be for the entire group. In comparison to our consultants that we chose through our RFP, there are also other local providers that were in the ballpark of $4,000 to $8,000. And those local provider options were also discussed last time for City Council. Data collection options. This was discussed at a high level last time. There was some discussion from City Council of interest in listening sessions, as well as possible surveys. One of the things that we kept hearing from City Council on the last day session in August was that they felt like they needed more data, but there really was not necessarily direction to move forward on how you wanted to gather that data. So we're bringing this to you again in case you want to consider this as a next step. The community surveys, we are going to do the National Citizen Survey. That's already targeted for July, I believe, July or August of this year with custom questions. that is about 2,000 households and is about $26,000. And it does include some custom questions, but my understanding of that is the custom questions are fairly limited to the number we can include. So I believe we might have about 5 custom questions that we could include in that survey. And so if there was a desire to have any of those custom questions specific to inclusion or diversity, we would need to understand that from City Council very soon so that our city manager's office can pull that into their process and get that implemented this summer. We also have a business outreach survey, which was discussed last time. That's actually can be facilitated through economic development with no cost, but that is really targeting our businesses, not our entire community. The listening session was another topic that was discussed last time, and there was some interest last time from a couple council members. That would be, of course, a cost because we don't have the internal resources to facilitate a listening session on this topic. We would recommend getting an outside party to help with that process. But that would be, up to $1,000 if council chose to go that direction. And we would recommend at least a 90-minute listening session for that data collection process. The next slide is going to go over the board and commission section and follow up from our previous study session. There are quite a few slides on this topic specifically because this drew a lot of questions in the last study session. So there is a staff report Megan will refer to, but she's tried to summarize that in the next few slides. And if you have questions, I do think it would be best to hold those till the end so that we can get through all of these slides and then get to our summary slide and get questions and answers for City Council and discuss any possible next steps.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of City Council. My name is Megan Vallier, and I am a management intern within the City Manager's office here in the City of Loveland. I've been working with Julia and previously Justine Bruno on this topic since about August when I started with the city, and I'm excited to present some of the work that we've been doing internally on researching boards and commissions in this space and what that might look like should City Council decide to pursue a DEI-related board or commission going forward. So just want to provide a little bit of an overview. Loveland currently has 26 boards and commissions. Very rarely has a city board or commission ever been dissolved or consolidated, except in unique circumstances like the Community Trust Commission. Once a board or commission is created, it tends to stick around. And adding or consolidating a board or commission does require an ordinance. So if City Council is interested in creating a DEI-related board or commission, an ordinance would need to be drafted and council would need to vote on that. And to do that, council needs to determine what they would like to name it, the number of members they'd like to see, what the membership criteria would be, the purpose and function of the board, and various related items. So just to give a little bit of background on the report process, I have been working on this for a little while, and we wanted to provide council with more data because we know that that's something that you all had requested was more information, more data on what DEI looks like or how it could look in terms of a community board or commission. And so we turned to 9 comparison communities around Northern Colorado and Denver Metro, just to get a better idea of how other communities are doing DEIB related work in the board and commission space. So the communities that we've surveyed include Larimer County, Fort Collins, Boulder, Greeley, North Glen, Aurora, Commerce City, Lafayette, and Erie. Many of these we've compared to in this space in the past. Fort Collins, Boulder, Greeley, and North Glen have all appeared in previous study sessions on this topic as well. So that's sort of how we went about this. And we're just hoping to present as much information as we can on what boards and commissions on DEIB look like in other communities so that council has as many options to discuss as possible. So the first thing the council would have to consider is what they would like to name a board or commission of this type. There was some discussion during the August 24th study session on what a name would look like, and potentially some concerns around the use of divisive language or words that might serve to disunify or divide our community rather than serve as a cohesive mechanism for bringing folks together. So for those 9 communities that we surveyed, their DEI related boards or commissions, 4 of them had a DEIB related title. So that includes Larimer County with their Equity, Diversity and Inclusion Advisory Board. North Glen has a Diversity, Inclusivity, and Social Equity Board. So 4 of them chose a DEIB related title. 4 of them chose Human Relations Commission as their title. And then 1, I think it was Lafayette, chose Human Rights Commission. So that's kind of the variety of options that are available to council when considering what they would want to name a board or commission of this type. Ultimately, it's up to what council thinks is best for the community, what best reflects their goals for a group of this type. Human relations seems like a viable option, largely because it does highlight the need to bring people together and facilitate better human relations among community members within the city. In terms of membership, and we were talking about this a little bit earlier with the Community Trust Commission, but the number of members is always going to be important when you're considering a board or commission or creating one. In Loveland, the median number of members across our boards and commissions is 9. And in our surveyed communities, their median number across their DEIB related boards and commissions is also 9 members. So that would be what we would recommend if City Council chose to institute a board or commission of this type, would be to stick with a 9-member board or commission so that you can have enough members to allow for diversity of membership on the board, but not so many that it becomes a little bit unruly for the chair of that board or commission. The membership term, just about 2/3 of Loveland's current 26 boards and commissions utilize a 3-year term. So again, we would recommend sticking with that. And then those are staggered so that you have members rotating on and off each year. And so you're not having complete turnover of board and commission members. So we would recommend that as well. In terms of membership qualifications, all board and commission members are subject to the general membership provisions in the City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 2.60.020. And those are related to being a resident of the city, having substantial ties within the corporate limits of the city, not serving on more than 1 board or commission at a time, serving without compensation, all of those kind of general rules for general membership criteria. It is also an option for council to consider criteria that encourages applicants from diverse backgrounds, diverse racial and ethnic backgrounds, gender backgrounds, age, religious, and other groups and communities within Loveland. We do have in our other boards and commissions within the city additional membership requirements based on the board or commission. So for example, our Community Marketing Commission requires that members have a background in the fields of business, lodging, tourism, arts. Our Youth Advisory Commission requires that members be middle school or high school students enrolled in Thompson School District. Our Historic Preservation Commission requires expertise in preservation-related disciplines. So it's not novel for Loveland boards or commissions to have additional membership criteria, and that's certainly something that council could consider for a board or commission of this type. Other communities tend to operationalize that to the extent possible by encouraging racial or ethnic diversity, gender diversity, age, socioeconomic, religious diversity, things like that. Not necessarily making diversity a requirement for applicants, but certainly encouraging folks from all different backgrounds to apply. And Larimer County operationalizes this most clearly in their membership requirements and their new EDI advisory board. They require that their members belong to communities that have either a history of representation or marginalization, or bring a connection to a community that has a history of representation or marginalization, having a professional background in equity issues, knowing how to impact change in these areas, or having experience with diversity issues. So all this is to say that council certainly can consider additional membership requirements in the DEI space if they so desire, and if they choose to move ahead with a board or commission of this type, but they also don't have to. So it's all there for you to decide. And then finally, there is an option of consolidation with the Senior Advisory Board and the Disability Advisory Commission. We did bring this up at our August 24th study session. Both the Senior Advisory Board and the Disability Advisory Commission have been having trouble meeting quorum, conducting business, and those are issues related to the pandemic, holding meetings, all of those kinds of things. So both of these groups have been approached with the idea of consolidating under a larger umbrella Border Commission related to DEI and potentially having formal subcommittees for our senior community and our disability community. So both of those groups have been approached about this, and ultimately it would be up to City Council to decide if that would be something they would want to do in an effort to not expand our roster of boards and commissions, which is already pretty large. So that's certainly an option as well. This is probably the most important and the most fun, is the meat and bones. What does the Border Commission actually do? What's its purpose and function? In the report that we provided, there are some example mission statements from DEI-related boards or commissions from our 9 surveyed communities. And this is something that City Council would have to write and determine. This is not something that city staff would want or be able to do. Council would have to decide exactly what that mission statement looks like and exactly what the purpose and function of this Border Commission would be. But when looking at these 9 different communities, their DEI-related boards or commissions, and what they tend to do, I found that there are about 4 general functional areas of responsibility for these types of boards or commissions. The first is conducting community education, outreach, and recognition. So this is developing educational programming, planning events and activities, assisting staff when they want to plan diversity events and activities, collaborating with existing community groups to distribute educational materials, providing support and leadership for other groups in the city who are interested in promoting this type of work. And then kind of what we were talking about earlier, presenting annual awards to leaders in the community in this space. So this is a pretty common function of DEI boards and commissions across the state. This next one, holding and assisting with quasi-judicial hearings and investigations, sounds really scary. I want to emphasize that council can choose any functions or responsibilities for this group that it desires. It can also not delegate any kinds of responsibilities or authority to a board or commission it decides to create. So this is just something that came up with other boards and commissions in the DEIB space. So some boards and commissions will assist residents with navigating the process of filing complaints against law enforcement. They'll conduct public hearings and investigations into incidents of discrimination, or they can request investigations by the city manager into potential instances of inequity or human relations problems. And I'm happy to share some of the enabling ordinance language that defines these exact responsibilities and functions for various boards and commissions across the state. If I remember correctly, it was Fort Collins, Aurora, and Boulder that specifically delegate quasi-judicial and investigatory functions to their DEI-related board or commission. The next large functional area for DEI-related boards or commissions is providing advice and recommendations to City Council. All of our boards and commissions do this, so it makes a ton of sense. Providing recommendations and updates periodically to council, hearing concerns from residents and relaying those to council, studying and making recommendations based upon policy issues that come up at the local, state, and federal level, and preparing and recommending long and short range goals in the area of diversity and equity. And then finally, one functional area that boards and commissions in this space have in different communities is facilitating community conflict resolution. This is not a function that any current Loveland Board or Commission has, so it would be novel within our City of Loveland boards and commissions, but it's possible for this type of group to provide facilitation for conflict resolution through dialogue and forums, and helping kind of mitigate some of these neighborhood disputes and other issues in human relations in the city. And finally, promoting the establishment of local community groups or other organizations that help improve human relations in the city. In terms of funding, there was a question about this, I think at both of the last 2 study sessions on boards and commissions receiving funding and what they do with that money. Most of the boards and commissions from our surveyed communities don't receive any kind of budgetary funding, nor do they possess any authority to direct the use of funds within the budget. That said, a few did receive minimal stipends to conduct work related to education and outreach, recognizing folks, putting together award ceremonies and events related to diversity, equity, and inclusion. So all of those things do have some sort of de minimis price tag, but unless council decides that they would like to establish a board or commission of this type, and that one of the functions for that board or commission would be to provide educational materials or events that would require that kind of level of de minimis funding, we wouldn't recommend having a discussion about that today or providing that level of funding.
Okay, thank you, Megan. So City Council, this is actually our last slide, and it's really our summary and recap for you, kind of where we've been and the outstanding, I would say, questions we have, but they're really not questions we're asking, they're questions you have asked. And if you are wanting to move any of these items forward, it's where we need to understand any consensus or direction from council so that we can help you facilitate that. So the first is the data collection. And we're already going to have the NCS survey out late this summer. So what we would need to understand from council is if there is a desire to have any of those custom questions targeting any equity or an inclusion question for the community. The second one under data collection is, do we want to deploy any survey to our business community to measure the importance or impact of DEI in our community? The third one, we're already doing the employee survey. So that one is already in process. That's just on here to recap for you where we're at internally as well. The fourth question is, do we want to proceed with a listening session? And so if council does want to move that direction, we again would want to know as soon as possible so that we can help facilitate that process. Training and education, the outstanding item in this category is whether or not City Council wants to have training in this area outside of what may be done on your own. We can help you facilitate another local provider, or if you wanted or were interested in using CPS HR consulting to conduct training so that there is alignment in council training and also city staff training, we would want to understand that as well. And the funding for the council training would need to be decided or at least confirmed with City Council that you're comfortable with that additional funding, because that's not necessarily within the internal budget for this program, because that was not built into the program. The second item on there, executive team training, that is already set to occur, and the city staff training is also set to occur this year. The board and commission topic, with Megan's slides and the staff report, she spent a lot of time putting together a lot of information for council to consider what's happening in our neighboring communities within Colorado. We would just need to understand what, if any, action City Council wanted to take there, again, so that we can help you facilitate what may need to happen. The second one, consolidation, that again is really part of the creation decision. So we just need to understand so that we can help support your decision. Celebration and recognize DEI related activities. From a community standpoint, there is already support of cultural and diversity celebrations and events in Loveland. And we've had an increase in that again, and we've tried to recognize that. City Council has made efforts to recognize those at City Council meetings already. One outstanding item that was again on a previous slide is the proclamations. Again, City Council has made an effort to recognize certain DEI related proclamations, MLK Day and some others, but there are a variety of opportunities that have not been capitalized on that could be done and implemented fairly immediately and put on the rolling calendar. Things such as Pride Month, the recognition of Juneteenth, which is now a recognized state and federal holiday. So adding those into the rolling calendar to continue to demonstrate to our community that we're recognizing and including all members of our community. Council did support the expansion of city recognized holidays specific to Juneteenth, so that is already done. The items in the framework and tools, those are still listed on here. Again, those are very much future items, and several of the items that are listed on here with question marks would typically done before we would start to work towards a framework and tool to develop equity lenses and applying those to council-related policy decisions. With that, I would say, Mayor Marsh, if you want to open it up for questions or comments.
Got to unmute Councilor Ball.
Thank you, Mayor Marsh. Thank you, Julia and Megan. I supported this back in December of 2019. So coming up this December on the Rule 4, will have been 3 years in getting this considered and off the ground if we do. I very much believe that a great city such as ours and a progressive city needs to have an active commission which is addressing these matters. I think we would be remiss if we didn't do that. This is a very lily white community, and I think we lack appreciation of many of the diversity issues. I recently had a long conversation with a delightful young lady who went to school here in the 90s. And I was blown away. She's of Indian descent, the country, not the Indian indigenous folks. And she explained growing up in high school how really she encountered numerous situations of diversity and adverse things related to her Indian heritage. And I really was very alarmed at that. But we got into this in some detail, and I came away saying, you know, this is just something I didn't really appreciate. I would prefer that we use the word diversity clearly in the naming of it. Human resources, I don't think makes it. That's something completely different to me than diversity. So I think the word diversity has to be in it. And I do believe we need to have a commission of 9 3-year terms, so on and so forth. So I'm very much supportive of this. I think that a city without this, for economic development purposes, if nothing else, employers looking at Loveland would come and say, oh, really? I think they know that good run cities have vehicles to address this diversity and to keep it front and center. And that's the purpose of the commission. Otherwise, it ends up being an ad hoc thing with proclamations or with the library or something else. So I think it needs to have a full-blown commission. And I know we'd have a lot of applicants. So I fully support it.
Thank you. Councillor Overcash.
Councillor Ball, thank you for your comments. I agree with you regarding the need for people to better understand and appreciate each other. I grew up in the Chicago area. I went to school in downtown Chicago. I know a lot about what that experience was like, and I can understand where some communities, after having lived in northern Minnesota as well for 6 years, just have a lack of appreciation and understanding of other people. Value all people. I appreciate, especially Councillor Ball, your comment regarding wording. Word diversity, I understand. The word equality, I understand. I do have a question and a concern regarding the word equity. Could someone provide a definition of equity for me? And now I'm not asking for that this evening during a study session, but I think that's an important word for us to consider, because words do unite and words can also divide. And it starts with the definition of what that word is. So I think that's an important word that we should define. And in particular, could we define equity and how it differs from equality? Because we might be talking the same language, but using different words. I value equality. It's part of our national heritage. It's part of my belief system, my faith belief system. And I think it's a part of a lot of people, but I think there's a lot of confusion regarding the word equity. I like the concept that was discussed, and I think further consideration should be given to that should we take a couple of our commissions and combine them. They're struggling with membership, but really is a time to, to take a look at that structure, and maybe we have two commissions that could be combined and with some additional definition be addressing some of these issues that we've talked about regarding diversity. So I appreciate the work that's been done. Megan, I definitely really appreciate the work that you did and giving us some comparisons. What is in other communities does not mean what ought to be. There's a tendency for people to go that route. Well, we need to do this because somebody else or 3 out of 4 are doing it. I think we should always remain and support independent thought within our communities and our community identity. But I certainly concur with Councilor Ball that there's a need to take a look at, and I think a number of our commissions, and look if we can structure them, in particular this grouping, repurpose them, so as to say, and redefine them and do some work on that. Thank you.
All right, Councilor Sampson.
Thank you, Mayor Marsh. Thank you, Julia. Thank you, Megan. And if I can just say really briefly, Megan, just on a side note here, I am always so impressed with how well spoken you are and how prepared you are. I mean, Julia, you do a great job too, of course, but you are not an intern. You're a little more seasoned, and I'm just always so impressed. So I just want to say thank you to both. I know you're getting your, a lot of your training from Julia, Megan, and so obviously you have a good role model, or not role model, but a good, trainer there. So I just thank you both for putting all this together. And Councilor Ball's right. We have been talking about this for quite some time. I was so thrilled when this rule of 4, when this topic became a rule of 4. This was something that I brought up, straight out the gate after I was seated. And I'm just so glad that we're at least still having the conversation. There was a lot of fear that this would be just kind of dead in the water when it first got brought forward. And instead, I'm glad to see that there's interest. And, without overusing the word, it seems that there's a diverse interest on the council. So I'm grateful for that. And I really appreciate too, I appreciate Councilor Ball's point too about the economic development reasons. In fact, Forbes just put out today their 2022 list of America's best employers for diversity, and Microsoft is one of them, and tech companies are really at the top of that list, and they're talking about how especially millennial employees are looking for companies that have racial and gender diversity, and just how important that is to attract good talent and then ultimately to attract good employers. So I just think this is one of these. I mean, it's urgent. We can't overlook this. We can't put this off anymore. Not to steal Councilor Fogel's favorite line, but we can't kick this can any further down the road. I think it's time that we make these decisions, and you've presented us with a lot of hard questions. So I'll just kind of go down the list. Julia, as you were reading them off, I didn't go necessarily by what's on the screen, but just listen to what you were saying. So you wanted to know if we wanted those questions through the survey, if we wanted to have the equity questions or diversity questions included as well. So I'd like to have that. Obviously with the business community surveys, I mean, if it doesn't cost anything, why not? Especially. I definitely think we need to have a listening session. And if that needs to happen in tandem with, or even slightly prior to the creation of the commission, I really don't want to put any more time between now and the creation of the commission, but if necessary, just to make sure we have our, finger on the pulse, then, maybe that's a good option to do that beforehand. As far as the trainings are concerned, $8,400 for a workshop for us to be able to sit up and sound educated and knowledgeable, and, Mayor Pro Tem Overcash mentioned the difference between equality and equity. Some of the language that we're using, I think $8,400 is a pretty good deal, but if nothing else, I think at least some sort of individualized training would be beneficial for the council. And then as far as creating the commission, yes. And if we had to consolidate with other commissions, I think also, yes, I'm on the Disability Advisory Commission, and the board has changed since we initially had this conversation, but initially that commission was not interested in consolidating, as the work that they do for disabled members in our community is of course extremely important, and they really can spend, a few hours a month just speaking specifically to that topic. But then, as you listed here, if we consolidated with, like subcommissions or subcommittees, that might address that concern, and give people, kind of more of a input in their niche, or place to kind of work on something in their niche. So I think that consolidating actually could be beneficial. But again, I would really like to not put up a bunch of roadblocks and barriers to the creation of this committee. So if that's going to take a few years to consolidate, let's just get her done and then lump them all together if we need to. And I did just want to say one really quick thing about equality and equity, because Councilor Overcash asked this specific thing. So I like the idea of using diversity in our title, like Councilor Ball said, and I like the idea of using, equity, or I definitely like inclusion, but I think equity over equality. And, there's so much about this, and I know, Julia, you already know this, but one of the things, just Googling it, equality simply means everyone is treated the exact same way, regardless of the need or any individual difference. Equity, on the other hand, means everyone is provided with what they need to succeed. And also, another way to put it, equity recognizes that each person has different circumstances and allocates the exact resources and opportunities needed to reach an equal outcome. So it's about removing barriers and, meeting the need, not just, one size fits all, which I think we are not a one size fits all city. And so adopting terminology that really reflects how we are and who we are, that we are individualized and that we are meeting everybody's needs. I think that's really important to make that words. You know what I mean? So I think that's it for me. And I really appreciate this. I really am just amped up. I hope that we get to move forward. And I want to say thank you for the Juneteenth recognition as well. It's super cool. I'm really excited about that. This will be the first year or second year? Second year, won't it?
It'll be the first year.
Oh, the first year. Okay. That's super exciting. And there's an event too, isn't there?
I believe there is. And it was a state recognized, and then now it's federal recognized holiday as well. So it's both, which is exciting.
We were like a little ahead of the curve on that one, weren't we?
We, and actually for Northern Colorado, we were, because I know Fort Collins and Larimer County were also in sync with adding it.
Awesome. Well, good for us. Good job. Good job, team. All right.
Well, thank you to City Council for that. In Overcash, I want to just provide an example on the equity and equality, just because it is something that is used interchangeably, but it's not the same thing. So an example that I've found that I think makes a lot of sense in explaining it is, equality can be demonstrated through an example of offering different schools computer lab equipment and being open from a certain, during regular hours. Actually looking at equity is if you in a lower income area had more equipment and were open longer, because people in that area in your community are not, those lower income families don't have the at-home Wi-Fi and the at-home computers. So making sure all your school districts have computer labs, but in those lower income areas, removing the barrier for those children in that community area, so that you're extending the hours and access to computers and equipment that they may not otherwise have at home, would typically not have at home. So that would be, what equity would look like versus equality.
All right. In regards to Juneteenth, Loveland did actually celebrate Juneteenth last year. It wasn't a city holiday, but Martin Luther King Committee and Heart and Soul came together and had a Juneteenth celebration at Foot Lagoon. All right, Councilor Olson. Are you there? Councilor Olson?
Councilor Olson, it looks like your audio has switched over. You might need to change your audio settings.
How about now?
Now yep, that's good.
Oh, good. All right. So to go back where I started, I had asked in a previous email that the documents from our March 9th meeting be provided to council members particularly the Gemini report and then the PowerPoint, which was really largely the information that was provided by Gemini. Did the council members get that, particularly the new ones?
The new packet, Councilor Olson, the new packet, since it was delayed, originally this was April 12th, the actual packet for this study session has the links to each of the previous materials for the study sessions on our March and August date. So that was in the packet for this agenda item.
Well, I didn't see that, and
So right on the air, it was the first, yeah. So it was in the first part of the air. There were two links that were included there.
I focused on the material. Okay, so hopefully they had an opportunity to look at that, because I think there were some interesting findings from that Gemini report that should at least form an understanding of where that council stood and could be helpful in the deliberations. I want to, in particular, one of the things I wanted to point out is the demographics of our Northern Colorado region. I mean, our city of Loveland, we're 94% white. And as Councilor Ball pointed out, we are a white city. That means that what we're looking at is creating a special commission for a very small segment of the population. I go back to our Constitution, our Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, and among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And as Councilor Overcash and Julia, you addressed, a big part of the conflict is, what do we mean by equal? And it really boils down to, conservatives tend to see equality as the opportunity to pursue happiness, and liberals tend to view equality in terms of the outcomes of that pursuit. So I think it's something that we probably need to wrestle with and come up with a understanding of what that definition really means to the city of Loveland and to us. From my vantage point, I object to creating a special commission for a small segment of the population. I think that's divisive. You don't create unity by creating special interest groups. Well, and we can see that demonstrated throughout our nation. We have so many special interest groups. It used to be the United States. I'm not sure we can say that anymore. We have so many special interest groups, and those special interest groups get pitted against each other. And I think that once you create a group like this, then they want special privileges. They have a unique voice that other citizens in the community don't have. If we want inclusion, then what we should do is create a commission that includes all segments of our population. It's a citywide advisory board. It's for all groups. It mirrors the community. And you look at our current commissions, by and large, those commissions are aligned with the various functions of the city. There doesn't seem to be a board of commission that represents citizens as a whole. So it's just not members of a small segment, whether it be the BIPOC or LGBTQ, that have some issues with the community that can't get the things that they feel that they need to thrive in the community. That affects all racial lines. It affects all people. It affects all economic statuses. So I'm more in a favor of creating a commission, or taking some of the existing commissions and bring them together. But it's a commission that's open to all citizens of the community. And it's to advise city council on some of the issues that are facing the community that cross ethnic lines, racial lines, preference lines, whatever. I think diversity should be included and encouraged, but not to create a mandate that you have to have a certain number of people of any particular group. So my recommendation is that we create a commission, a citizens advisory commission that can represent the entire community, just not a 6% part of the community. As far as your slide here, to just go down at, I'm fine with using the NCS data. I don't have any problem with using surveys of the business community. I think it'd be great to find out where the business community stands. I'd be inclined to participate with the executive team so that we get the same training that they're getting. I'm on the, as far as the Board of Commission, only if it's not a diversity commission, but a citizens advisory commission. I'd support that. And then I think we do support cultural and diversity celebration events in Loveland. So I think that's fine as well. So that's my thought on this. I would hope that we would not just create a special commission for a small segment of our population, thinking that we're being inclusive, because we're really not.
All right, Councillor Foley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Julia and Megan. Megan, I hope you enjoyed working on this project. It well presented, and you did a nice job of presenting the material, etc. I'm gonna chime in real quick on this definition of equity. It's changed over the years. I actually pulled out from the dictionary from 1828. And here's the definition of equity. Equity is justice or right in practice. Equity is the impartial distribution of justice. Treat a person according to justice and reason. And I bring an example of that is our city has spent thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to create equity. And an example of that would be our public education system. And even if people fall through the cracks and in that system, that's available to everyone, regardless of where they stand in society, what their gender is, what culture they're from. Even if they fall through that, we've invested even more in a 5-star education, even through the library as a second chance. So I start with that, and then I look and to kind of tag on to Councilor Olson's state with the Constitution. The Constitution only works with a moral society. And I see this more as a morality issue than I see as an equity problem or a diversity problem or an inclusion problem. And I also see this as an area that we've taken and really complicated it, because it has been solved for centuries upon centuries upon centuries. And the answer, and I said this during my campaign as well, if only we could live under the golden rule, we wouldn't have all these problems. And the golden rule, for those of you that are religious, you can read it in Matthew 7:12. You can see it referenced again, that same wisdom, again in Luke 10:27, again in John 15:17, and again in Mark 12:31. But the one that really hits it, and when we talk about having a word that really addresses this issue as a whole, we have it right in our namesake, sorry. And it's love. And where I get that, and the best reference I get that, is from Romans 13:9 and 10. And it's really quick. It just says, love your neighbor as yourself. Love does no wrong to others. So love fulfills the requirements of God's law. So it's not just the Bible that this is referenced in. The Book of Mormon has it in there. The Quran has it in there. Even Confucius has it. And references, do unto others as you would have done to you. And so I'm not a fan of creating another commission. I am a fan of ensuring that our city goes back to love. And I'll yield the rest of my comments to the next session.
All right, Councilor Mallow.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I thought I was down the line a little bit, but thank you.
Oh,
That's okay. Well, that's okay.
I think I did miss Councilor Fogel. So
Well, let's go ahead and jump to Councilor Fogel and come back.
Apologies, Councilor Fogel, you are up.
Well, normally I'm pretty hard to miss. So I'm surprised. I want to add, I'm going to go back into what Councilor Foley was talking about here in a minute, but I want to add something because I was one of the people that originally went with Councilor Sampson on a rule of 4 to take a deep exploration of this, and I'd say we certainly have. And while I can support diversity, okay, I think equity is much too hot a button to include in any of our boards and commissions at the current time because it's a political hot button. We're not going to change that at the City of Loveland level. Equality, I completely support. Equity, some of us think we know what it is. Others disagree with that. And that's a classic example of why I don't think we want to bring it into our city culture at this point in time until that issue stabilizes in the future. Now, inclusion, I'm open on that one. Although I do like the idea that most of the boards and commissions around us have come up with more generic names because it gets rid of the hot buttons. And I think that's important. I can support a board and commission as long as it doesn't create more unrest from day one. We just saw a report from one of ours that created unrest from day one. We don't need any more of that. And I am absolutely in support of taking a look at a couple of our other boards and commissions that have attendance problems and things like that are in the human services sphere and see if we can't roll this all under one where we can actually have a group that shows up often enough to get something done. Now, for a little humor, where did the word belonging come from, Julia? You got to turn on your mic.
Yes, sorry, I had to get to my own screen here. So the belonging, that is, and if we go back to that slide, I can, that is our internal program. Our internal program is diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. So we do have definitions for each of those words. And for belonging,
that's not where did it come from?
It is actually a commonly used term now in this space.
Who brought it to the table?
We did internally, I guess is what I'm,
okay,
is so that your question?
It was just
okay.
Staff that did it, because I don't remember council ever being consulted on that, and it just showed up, and I'm going, well,
this is not, let me go back. This is not council's, this is not anything to do with council here. Let me just, this is our internal update, right? So I want to clarify that. There is an internal program that's occurring right now, which is separate to the conversation that council is having. But there was an interest in learning and staying on top of what was happening internally. So this diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging is really what we are phrasing our internal program. And as you can see, on this slide, the "You Belong Here" is also our brand, if you will, for this initiative, because from an organizational standpoint, our goal at the end, as an outcome of this DEI effort, is to make sure our employees feel like they truly belong in the organization, that they are accepted, they're able to bring their authentic self, their voices are heard, regardless of their diverse background and experiences. So the belonging for us as an organization is an outcome of a successful DEI program. So that is separate to council's, that does not need to be included in council's discussion or direction.
Thank goodness. Okay, well, because it's such a cozy word that I like it, but it makes me think about my wife's little frou-frou dog, because I mean, it's so soft and cuddly. I just don't see that as being part of our city structure. But anyway, Julia, are we tracking council's use of training materials or free training seminars through NLC or other sources to see if anybody's using it?
I don't believe we are tracking that. I'm not sure. We could inquire as to whether that is something that could be tracked, but that's not something I believe we have historically tracked.
So we don't know if anybody's actually attending these classes.
We don't know. It is something, that program was brought up back in August. Well, it was brought up by you in March, I believe. And then in August, we reinforced how council could access it and what the cost was. And that was really that it could be self-initiated. I don't know if council has done any of that training, but we kept it on the list because it is obviously still an option.
Well, I think a couple of us have. I just, I think it might be worth keeping track of it, because if anybody wants to know if council's doing their thing, I mean, it would probably be useful to have that as a piece of paper somewhere showing that we've attended some classes. When it comes to consolidating the DEI program and other commissions, what other commissions have been brought up and discussed?
The two commissions that have been brought up, and the two commissions that have actually had this on their agendas prior to this being brought to City Council, are the Senior Advisory Board and the Disability Advisory Commission. Those are the two that we have focused, that were identified to have the most maybe overlap and also attendance challenges. And Megan, I don't know if you want to chime in on any more information on that.
Okay.
No, yep, that's pretty much exactly it. The Senior Advisory Board and the Disability Advisory Commission have discussed these. They've been brought to their attention, and they've not taken any kind of formal votes or anything like that. But as Councilor Sampson was saying, the Disability Advisory Commission does seem amenable to a consolidation, and neither group would be surprised to bring it forward.
So Senior Advisory has been asked, or it's been broached with them?
Yes, it has. I was not in the room for that discussion, but I am aware it's been on their agenda, and it's been something that they have discussed previously.
Okay.
Councilor Fogle,
but not taken votes on or agreed upon.
Yeah, I was just going to say, thank you, Mayor Marsh. I was going to say it was not something that there was any formal agenda item specific to a vote, but Justine actually was the one who attended the previous meetings for both Disability Advisory Commission and the Senior Advisory Board, and spoke to the staff liaisons, I believe, and the chairs at the time. And since then, it's also been, brought up again prior to April 12th, when we thought we were going to be giving this presentation originally for council. I think there is more acceptance of this consolidated structure from the Disability Advisory Commission at this point in time. And I'm not sure that the Senior Advisory Board is necessarily as excited about that transition. And that is some newer information that has come up, but there's an interim chair, I believe, right now for the Senior Advisory Board.
Okay. To go down through our questions, I'm fine with the NCS survey. Deploy surveys to the business community. So long as it's deployed to the entire business community and not selectively deployed, I'd be fine with that. Or if it was randomized. Let's see, contract with the facilitator to host listening sessions. I don't go for that because I think if we do form a commission, they should be in charge of the listening sessions completely, because they need to be the face of those listening sessions. Whether they need a facilitator or not, that would be up to them and whoever's on those boards. City council training in person, we've got free training available to us. All we have to do is use it. Create a commission focused on human relations and inclusion. Yeah, I like the idea of consolidating a couple of these commissions. From a naming standpoint, I think equity is much too hot a button to deal with at this point in the timing of the United States. Membership, I can go with 9. Purpose, we got to work on. Funding, there isn't any funding because boards and commissions don't get funding unless they have specific needs or purposes. Consolidation of areas with overlapping interests. Yep, we talked about that. Support for cultural diversity, events, rolling calendar, proclamations. I think staff did an excellent job with this list, and I just told you my opinions of each question. Thank you, Julia. Thank you, Megan. That's a lot of work all consolidated down to a very fine point. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Mallow.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to stay at a high level and kind of make this short. As far as a standalone committee, I don't think we need a standalone committee based on our population. I do think we need to address this whole DEIB or whatever you want to call it situation, because it does affect economic development. It does affect business relations. It does affect a lot of things on the business side. Some cities, some organizations, some businesses have strict rules about who they can deal with and whether or not they have DEIB or the equivalent in their entity. So I think it's important that we have one. I think it can be combined with the SAB and the DAC. Obviously, some conversations are going to have to take place with that. And since it's a combined committee, I think the human relations is a good title. A good title for it. Going back to DEIB just for a second, I'm fine with DEIB, with the E being a subject of conversation in the future. We're not going to settle that tonight as far as what that E stands for, but I think we need to solve that, and we can solve that. As far as the only other thing I'll touch upon is the training and education. Going back many years in the private world, we've had diversity training for at least 6 or 7 years in the private industry type segment, and they never broke out their training between, say, the board of directors and the executive team. They did break it out, but it was the same training course, just different people in it. So I think we could tag along with the executive team training and be comfortable with that. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mcfaul.
Thank you, Mary Marsh. I appreciate it. I'm not going to go through a lot of the things that some of the other counselors have gone through. Julia and Megan, one, I want to thank you all. I think you did a fantastic job here. And Julia, in looking at this, I agree with a lot of the other counselors said about the data collection aspects, the NCS, the surveys to the businesses. I have a tendency to agree with Councilman Fogel on the fact that if we're going to do a listening session, if we do create a board of commission that does this, we go from that. I look, we start talking, I think, Megan, it's what, 26 boards and commissions we have right now?
Yes, that includes the Community Trust Commission.
Okay. And based off of the email we just received from Delenn, we have 42% of them have shortages. I mean, we have a lot of them out there, and we have 42% of those 26 that are looking to get members in there. So if I'm not for creating another board of commission just until we take a look at our board of commissions and figure out if we really want to decrease the amount we have right now. I do like the aspect of having 9 because I think 9 is a decent enough number to be able to do that. But I do believe, I think it can be consolidated with some other boards and commissions that are out there. I commend Loveland. I think Loveland, I disagree with the term that Councilor Ball used that we're a lily white city, because I I think we do have a diverse roll up in our city. It may be a small, but there is still diversity out there. So I don't believe it's as lily white in and of itself. I think every time I turn around and look in Loveland, I see different races, different creeds out there looking at that. I want to add this piece on here because I mentioned this when Chairman Pryor was before us last time around when I said I felt offended by a discussion. I want to say this so people don't think that because we get this statement that we're a very white council. I remember one time asking my aunt Irene why her and my mom and all my uncles and them all had Hawaiian names, and none of my cousins, myself, had Hawaiian names. And she mentioned at that time in the 50s and the 60s when we were born, it was considered a mixed marriage, and that it was better to just go with the white names that we had for our families. I picked the tradition back up with my girls, and both my girls and a lot of my nieces and nephews have Hawaiian middle names because we celebrate the heritage that we have of being Ha'apahole, being part Hawaiian, of being a part of the indigenous tribe or the indigenous members of the Hawaiian Islands itself. I'm registered with the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. I had the grace in my life to grow up, and I think I'm probably one of the unique members of this council that grew up in the deep South during segregation, during the 1960s in Texas, Alabama, Georgia, and Virginia. And I remember the race problems that were out there and where it was at. And I remember the problems my brothers and I got into because we basically were brought up in an Army community that you didn't see color, you saw people as they were. And I believe this country's gotten a lot better at what they're doing now. And I think as we start trying to throw or use the term equity out there, I think it is an extremely hot button that goes on. Do I think that training is good? Yeah, I've been going through diversity training since I was 17. Marine Corps sent me every year. I had to go through human relations training. Federal government, I go through diversity training every year. So I like the training itself. I like to talk about the different things out there. But I think for us, I think looking at a lot of what you have out there, Julia, like I said with everybody else, that I agree with. I think it's fine. I think it's a little bit too soon for us to create a commission. And I know Councilor Sampson wants to get this one going right away. And I understand it. I mean, you just said it. You've been at this since 2020. And we're just getting to this point now. But I really think that we do need to do some listening out there. We do need to figure out what's going on in our community to find out whether we do need a full-blown commission or whether it's something that can be combined out there right now. But if we want to get to it sooner rather than later, then I'm all for combining some of the commissions that we have today to deal with this and just kind of go that way. So that's my 2 cents on it. But I 100% Megan and Julia, I think you guys did an extremely good job. Very impressed with the presentation you give and the results you came back with. I think it's great. So that's it for me.
All right, City Manager, did you have some input on that?
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. I just wanted to say a couple of things to council to kind of give some more context to this. One of the missions, it was actually an old rule of 4, was for me to go out to every board and commission, have conversations with them, and bring them back to you to have them make a presentation of what their current duties and responsibilities are as defined by the municipal code and what they're actually doing, how they feel about that, and also how they look now at their planning this current year, what kind of work plan they have. So I have reinitiated that surveying process because COVID's done with enough that we can go back out. I saw the Disability Advisory Commission and the Senior Advisory Board within the last couple of weeks. I was at their full meeting as I was with the mayor, who was actually there as liaison for both those. So I have a pretty good understanding of where they're at. I've been impressed with the energy level of both groups. They have some members that have been added to those 2 boards and commissions. And so they're furiously working away at trying to get some things organized to come back and talk to you, the council, as to what they see their roles are and their duties and responsibilities are. They are interested, and I talked to them specifically about this meeting tonight and that this topic would come up. And they already both nodded their heads, said, yes, we've been talked to before. And I mentioned that no decisions have been made. This is just a briefing session to council at this point, and obviously more action would be needed. But we are preparing them to come back to talk to you, as we are every other board and commission that I'm seeing to visit with and go over the survey results that we've done with each board and commission as to what I've described before about their mission and so forth. So that process is underway, and I hope to have that done by sometime September, October. And then that way you would have a full knowledge of every board and commission, what they're doing, what they would like to do, what they feel they're accomplishing, what their work plans are. And we give a good context if we were then to want to have a discussion, depending upon your guidance of consolidation or something, or joining them with somebody else. But I wanted to let you know that information and what's going on with all of the boards and commissions right now. Thank you.
Okay, all right, so my turn to go. Julia, on your list, the data collection, yes on NCS, yes on business community survey, yes on listening sessions. Training and education, I'm happy to continue with the group you're using, the CPS. Board and commission development. I see that this could happen in stages. You could do the data collection, the training and education to be followed by the formation of a board or commission, or you could do them at the same time. That's an option too. I like the Erie, and I think it was Commerce City as far as naming goes. You know, when you're talking about the makeup of the commission, I would want to see examples of the county as they just recently set one up. And I think that, you know, when we're, you know, obviously, you know, it's getting members, you know, of the marginalized communities, which, you know, we can obviously name those. It's also gender and age and economic. And I think you want to have people on it that even if they're just like partners and not officially board members, somebody from Thompson School District, probably somebody from the Sunrise Community Health Center. Let's see, somebody from transportation, maybe somebody from the banking industry, you know, so that we, you know, can have valuable conversations in the areas that affect these communities, as well as, you know, the marginalized community members themselves. So I think that's taking care of, and obviously celebrate and recognize, absolutely. Yeah, so that's from me. All right, now we're going around to round two. Counselor Sampson is up next.
Thank you, Mayor Marsh. There's a lot that I wanted to speak to that was said, but I think I'll just keep it brief. And you mentioned, Mayor Marsh, the Erie and the other city. Can we see those slides of the city's names, the commission names again? I didn't remember which ones those were.
Page 10 or
inclusion. And what was the other one?
Erie and Commerce City.
Yeah, I like those too. And North Glen is good too, I think. I agree. I'd love to see, you know, those specific words in the title. You know, I think it's important to have the word equity in particular, but, you know, diversity and inclusion as well. And this isn't just like a personal, you know, reason for wanting that. It's, you know, something that I've heard in the community that I believe is, you know, socially acceptable. It's relevant. However, if that word is going to stop the creation of the commission, then it's not that important. You know, it's something that maybe could change over time. Other councils might change the name of it down the road, or maybe even the commission could request changes if they decide that is the direction they want to go. But ultimately, it sounds today like that, you know, there are a lot of members on council that would like to see this move forward. We just have some little hangups, not that they're little, but, you know, some hangups. And if we can, you know, remove that as a barrier, I would be willing to, you know, move forward without it. And I, you know, so I guess that was the biggest thing that I wanted to speak to, you know, and just to remind people who maybe feel, you know, council members who feel as though, you know, this is giving a voice to just one small group of people. And I think we do that with our construction advisory board. We do that with, you know, a lot of our different boards that are really just for one group of people, one, you know, like someone else mentioned our marketing board. And the reason we do that is because as a council, then all of that comes to us, and that information then is, you know, used to make these decisions for everyone, right? And it's about, you know, making sure that we are serving the whole city in a unified way, right? And having that input and that representation, I think is really, really valuable. And I believe it's quite necessary at this point in time. So I just, you know, wanted to mention that as well, that, you know, I think it's important to remember that there is actually just a small group of people's voices that we are not hearing from at all right now. We don't have a board for them at all. You know, so I think that was all I was going to say. Yeah. So, but I just want to thank you guys, thank everyone for this, because it seems like we're making some really good progress. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Councillor Foley.
Thank you. Can you go to that end screen for me, please? Okay. So I didn't go down the list, and that's why I'm back. And I wanted to give
Your mic is the best.
Microphone.
How about now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you get this really garbly gravel thing going.
Yeah, I got to move it around so I'm not hollering. But I didn't get a chance to go down this list, and I wanted to give everybody a chance before I went through. In terms of data collection, I think it is important to look at what is the perspective of our community, so that we have that voice and we are out there listening to what they feel their needs are. And if they feel that the need is there, then great. If they feel that the need is not there, I think it's important for us to truly realize that and understand that. There are business consequences on both sides of the equation, not just on one or not just on the other. There's also always the perception of what's going on. So I think that survey and data collection can be used to help educate why we do or don't do something. In terms of employee use data and tracking on the internal process, that's fine. In terms of training and education, just real quick, I can almost see all of council. How many of you have actually been through DEIB training?
Not B, but the other.
Okay. I've been through it. Pat's been through it, and Andrea's been through it. Steve's been through it. I go through it every year, and at $8,400 or even $4,800, that's a pretty good chunk of change of the taxpayers' money for us on a program that several of us go through already. And I think that leveraging what we get in the private sector as well is a better use for our own educational purposes. I think if we can prove that we've been through it, I think we save the taxpayers money and not waste that money with something that we've already been educated on. Now, one can say, oh, one training's different than the other, and et cetera. Sure, there's more than several different ways to cook a hamburger. At the end, it's still a hamburger. And just like I said earlier, with taking this subject and complicating it, when really it's a very simple subject. So I'm not for spending taxpayer money.
We're having a Councillor Foley, your mic is, yeah.
I'm gonna take this off.
I have a suggestion for that microphone when the meeting's over, Councillor Foley.
Yeah.
Put it in the trash.
I was gonna say garbage disposal.
Keep six.
Okay, you finished? All right, Councillor Olson.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. I was remiss in not thanking Julia and Megan for the great job that they've done. Thank you for enduring over this 3 years or 2 years or whatever it is. It's been a long time. I know that. A series of meetings, oftentimes postponed till a following time. So thanks for everything, and appreciate being receptive to getting additional information out to council.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, now.
Great.
Yeah.
I was not done.
Oh,
but-
okay. Well, I will quit and defer to Councilor Foley so he can finish. Then I'd like to pick up.
Thank you. In terms of boards or commissions, again, I've kind of talked about that I'm not for the board or commission. What I am for, though, is if we incorporate what I was talking about with in terms of taking the existing commissions that we have and making it a focus of every single commission to consider people of less fortunates, and looking at it from an overall standpoint, that is an area that we look at from every one of those different commissions, because they all have a different focus group. And sure, you've got a few of them like the Construction Advisory Committee that Councilor Sampson had mentioned, but that has a very specific purpose on what it does. And it's essentially an industry focused that has a stake. These are the professionals that actually do the work, that can advise us and talk to us about codes and whatnot that we're looking at adopting and changing and moving with, to protect and look at the safety of the entire community, as well as our proclamation last week stated. But I do think this shouldn't be a standalone commission. This should be, in my opinion, again, with a love focus, a mission of all the entire city, instead of just a little commission or board. That if everyone has a lens of that morality piece, we're going to be better as an entire city than we are if we just focus these efforts on one specific commission or one specific area.
All right. Now, Councilor Olson.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Chief.
You bet. And I would echo Councilor Foley's plea that regardless of the Board of Commission, that the principles that are laid out here be followed by all of them. And so, again, we don't need a special commission for that. We need all our commissions to do that. And then just, I guess Councilor Sampson and I can agree to disagree that I think there are more people that are not represented than the 6% of the population, or maybe 7% if you include the LGBTQ or 8, whatever it is. I talk about a lot of people that they have difficulty with transportation. They have difficulty with getting to appointments. They have difficulty with healthcare. I mean, so they don't get their streets plowed or their sidewalks shoveled or whatever it is. There's a whole host of things out there that citizens don't have a voice in. And so I think creating a commission thinking we're representing the city is a mistake. So, and I thought I was going to be the last one. I was trying to time it for that, and Councilor Overcash jumped in there, but I'll close with, I'd like to get some feedback as to what staff heard or think they heard tonight as to where we're going, what the direction is for this, because I'm not sure I know.
Thank you, Councilor Olson. I do have some questions that I want to reinforce at the end.
Yeah, Julia and Councilor Olson, after we've heard from everybody, I'm going to ask both Julia and Megan and Steve if they felt there was any kind of consensus tonight. And I know Steve is really good about taking notes, so we'll get there. All right, Councilor Overcash.
You're on mute, Don.
Sorry about that. Keeps me from coughing and everybody gets worried they're going to get COVID if I keep it on mute. Councilor Foley, I appreciate your comments this evening. I believe we're on the same page, but I did want to call attention just to one item. I wrote down quickly when I heard the phrase, we have training, and as long as we can prove it, that means we won't have to do something else. I object to the, or I should say, I'm concerned about the word say, prove it. I'm not in favor of mandatory training for city council members. I believe that could be perceived as a form of indoctrination. I study and work and train thousands in northern Colorado, and most of my training is focused on a unique word or a combination of words called one another that appears frequently in ancient and relevant literature. It regards teaching us how and how not to relate to one another. And I don't force that on others. And I would hate to be in a situation where someone said, be a city councilor to be competent, I need to participate in some certain form of training that's really based around an ideology or a belief system. So I'm sure that's not what you meant, knowing you, but I think for the public, I think that's important to state. And I'll leave it at there. I think the conversation this evening has been very constructive. I think we've had great opportunity to discuss with each other some very difficult terms and some processes that we as a community have been working through for the last couple of years based upon some incidents. And I'm very proud to have been part of this discussion tonight. So I appreciate the work that Julia and Megan and others have put into this. And I really look forward to future study sessions that are as productive, I believe, as this one was tonight. So thank you very much.
All right, I'm not seeing any other hands. So now I do want to ask Julia, Megan, and City Manager, what did you hear, and do you have a sense of consensus?
Thank you, Mayor Marsh. What I heard is that in general, I believe there is support for data collection, trying to leverage the NCS to get us some baseline data. Again, I just want to reiterate, there are, I think, only 5 custom questions. So I'm not sure that that's going to be exhaustive in the data that we're going to get, but we can definitely look at that as an option. The business community survey, I feel that generally the city council seems supportive of that as well. The one piece that seems questionable in the data collection to me is listening session. There seems to be a mix of those who are ready to do that now and those who feel like that maybe should wait. So I think that might be a pending question that I'm not necessarily comfortable that we have enough consensus to move that forward. So that's an outstanding question mark, if you will, on my next steps chart here. From the training and education, there seems to be several council who are supportive of leveraging the consultant and the training curriculum that the city is going to use. I believe I tracked at least 6 that seemed very supportive of that direction. And so staff can assist working with the city manager's office to facilitate an opportunity for council to go through that. Again, that was going to be, what I heard is there's more individuals in favor of the training, not the workshop and training. So what we can do is try to facilitate, and I can reach out to council members individually and see who's interested in that. And because it does include 1-hour individual sessions and then 6 virtual sessions, that price tag was $4,800, just I believe as a reminder for council. But I do believe we had support for that. And please correct me if I am way out of line in my summary here. The other piece that I actually did hear quite a bit of consensus on is considering a consolidation of boards to create a diversity related board and commission. I'm tracking at least 7 that would entertain exploring that option. Now, when I say that, that's also, I want to make sure council understands that council needs to make that determination and needs to define the membership and the mission. So at this point, if council's interested in that direction, staff can help facilitate a subcommittee of council if that's what council desires. But we would need a little bit more clarity in direction, or unless Steve wants to chime in on how to move that forward, because it would not be appropriate for staff to actually develop the mission or the membership for council. And I think those are the key points there that I wanted to cover.
And I think, Julia, because we're due to hear from both of the commissions being considered, I would say put that on hold for the time being. Let the council hear from the membership.
Okay, that's perfect. We can definitely put that on hold. And then at this point, we won't, as staff, anticipate coming back to council unless council directs staff to assist in those next steps for the board and commission process, if that's fair.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And Megan, do you have anything that you want to give input on in summary?
No, I think Julia covered all of the points that I had been tracking as well. And we really appreciate council's time tonight on this item.
All right, city manager. I know you have a whole pad of notes in front of you.
I feel like I have to say something, but first of all, thank you to Julia and Megan. They were sent off on a soft and squishy kind of mission. And I think they really delivered a great opportunity for council to have discussion. For me, one of the things I did want to mention is pertaining to the NCS survey. We are going to have a study session with City Council on May 24th. And our intent is to bring you some DEIB type questions so that you can look at what we have for openings in that particular questionnaire, the whole questionnaire itself, how it works, how we're going to do it, everything, but specifically the additional questions, because the Trust Commission said, hey, we might have a few questions too we want to ask. And so we want to get good feedback from you on that. And I think that this will allow us to do that with giving you some examples of what the NCS program has for this particular question area, because they do programs just in this topic across the United States as well. So they have a great list of questions we can use. The second thing I would say that I would want, that I heard, is I think that some of these ideas about rolling calendar and proclamations being more sensitive to that, I think I like the consensus, I think, in that the council said, let's be more alert to some of these kind of things that come up. And supporting cultural and other celebrations. We're already doing that and be considering that. So these are kind of the yes things we heard that I think were consensusly developed going forward. The other thing too is I agree with Julia, this listening session we'll have to get some more timing on, but I think I would like to suggest to council you wait until you get all of your boards and commissions come before you and talk to you so that you're in a good position to know about consolidations and about what could be combined and what people are looking at and thinking of. And so that one would be something that I would say we hold, but we're actually working on it through the survey work that's being done now with each board and commission. So that's where I want to confirm that we're kind of holding on that, but we're actually working on the back side of that to get these survey results up to you with the explanations of what they do. And then I think the other things that were talked about there, I agree with all those about training and education and so forth. So I think we have enough information to work forward, and then also working with council once we get a little bit further along on our board and commission surveys.
Okay, and I think Councilor Overcash, your hand is up, just left over.
Left over.
Okay, thank you. Megan and Julia, thank you very, very much. Thank you for all the hard work and hanging in there tonight. All right, nothing further before us. We are adjourned.